Om Ajnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Dhena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah. Mane Asha Anakori ho mane Asha Shri Guru Charani Rati Shehu Tamagati Shri Guru Charani Rati Shehu Tamagati Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha Jai Prashade Pure Sarva Asha Chaku Gandhilo Je Janme Janme Prabhushe Chakudana Dilo Je Janme Janme Prabhushe Divya Gyan Hride Prokashito Divya Gyan Hride Prokashito Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhidya Vinasa Jate Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoite Abhidya Vinasa Jate Vide Gaya Hara Charito Vide Gaya Jahara Charito Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Adama Janara Bandhu Lokana Lokeda Jivana Lokana Lokeda Jivana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya Deha More Pada Chaya Ibe Jash Kushiktu Bhuvana Ibe Jash Kushiktu Bhuvana Ha ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Amore Padachaya Ha Prabhu Kora Doya De Amore Padachaya Vibhida Shrushiti Bhuvana Durpadi Loila Sharana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Srila Prabhupada Patita Pavana Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jai Jai Prabhupada 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 Jai Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namah Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Udila Arna Udila Arna Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Udilo Aruna Pura Babage Dwijamani Goda Amani Jage Just so I was just saying Udilo Aruna Pura Babage Dwijamani Goda Amani Jage Bhakata Bhakata Valoya. We got to slow down too. Bhakata samhua loya sate gela nagara vraje. Bhakata samhua loya sate. A little slower. Sorry. Tatai tatai bhajaloko Ghana Gana Tahe Jajeraro Preme Dhala Dhala Sonara Anga Charame Poribe Laje Mukunda Madhava Jadava Hari Bolena Bolore Vadana Bodhi Niche Nida Bashe Gelore Rati Vibhasha Sharira Saje Emana Dulaba Manava Deho Payaki Koro Bhavana Keho Ebena Bajile Jashoda Sutta Charame Pori Belaje Udita Tapana Hoile Asta Dinagelo Bole Hoibe Vyasta Tabe kino ebe alasha hoy na bhajari doya raje Jivana nitya jana hasar Taena navida biparabar Namashaya Kori Jatane Tumi Taka Panakaje Jivera Kalyana Sadanaka Jagate Asye Madhuryana Avidya Timira Tapana Rupe Hridgagane Biraje Krishna Nam Shudakoreapan Judao Bhakati Vinoda Pran Nambina Kichu Nahiko Aro Choda Bhuvana Maje Jeev Jago, Jeev Jago, Gaura Chandra Bole. Kota Nidra Jao Maya Pisha Chirakole. Pajiba Boli Aishe Shangshara Bhitare. Pulia rohile tumi abhijarabare. Tomare loite yami huinu avatara. Ami bina banduvaro ke ache tomara. Ene chia shauri maya nashibaro lagi. Harinam Mahamantra Lao Tumi Magi. Thakur Bhakati Vinoda Prabhu Charane Poriya. She Hari Nama Mantra Lao Tumi Magi. Loi lo magia. Loi lo magia. She Hari Nama Mantra Loi lo magia. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Go Premanande, Krishna Kirtana Gana Nartana Paro, Premamritam Bonidhi, Dhira Dhira Jana Priyo Priyakaro, Nimatsaro Pujito, Shri Chaitanya Kripavaro Bhuvi Bhuva Varavahantharako Vande Rupa Sanatano. Everybody, give everyone a book who wants one. Nana Shastra Vichara Naika Nipuno Sadharma Samstapako Lokanam Hitakarino Tribhuvane Vanyo Sharanyakaro Radha Krishna Padara Vinda Bhajana Nandena Mataliko Vande Rupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako Shri Gauranga Gunarnuvarna Navido Shraddha Samriddhyanvito Papotapa nikrintando tanubrita Govinda ganamrita Anandam buddhivardhanaika nipuno Kaivalya nishtarako Vande rupa sanatano raghuyago Diva Gopala Tyaktava Turnama Shesha Mandalapati Shrenim Sadatu Chavat Utvadina Ganesha Kokarunaya Gopina Kantashrito Gopi Bhavara Samritabdilahari Kalona Magno Mohu Vande Rupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako Kujat Kokila Hamsa Sarasagana Kine Mayurakule Nana Radna Nibada Mula Vitapa Shri Yukta Vrindavane Radha Krishna Maharni Shambra Bhajato Jivarta Doyo Muda Vande Rupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako Sankhya Purvaka Namagana Natibi Kalavasanikrito Nidrahara Viharakari Vijito Chatyanta Dino Chayo Radha Krishna Gunasmiter Madhurima Nandena Sammohito Derupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako Radha Kundata Tekalindithanaya Tire Chavam Shivate Premon Madhava Shada Shesha Dasaya Grasto Pramato Sada Gayanto Chakadaharer Gunavaram Bhava Vibhuto Muda Vande Rupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako He Radhe Vraja Devake Chalalite He Nanda Sunno Kutaha Shri Govardhana Kalpa Pada Patale Kalindi Vanye Kutaha Goshantaviti Savato Vrajapure Kedar Mahavivalo Nerupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopala Mande Rupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako Vande Rupa Sanatano Raghuyago Shri Jiva Gopalako Go Premanande Shvara Parama Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarva Karana Karanam Sahasrapatra Kamalam Gokulakyam Mahatpadam Tatkarnikaram Tadama Taranam Tam Shasambhavam Karikaram Mahadyantram Shatkonam Bhajakilakam Sharanga Shatpadistanam Prakritya Purushena Cha Premananda Rasina Vastitam Hiya Jyotirupena Maruna Kama Bijena Sangatam Takinchautam Tadangshanam Tapatrani Shriyamapi Chaturastram Taparitaha Shveta Tripakyamadbhutam Chaturastram Chaturmurter Chaturdama Chatuskritam Chaturbhi Purushartaischa Chaturbhi Jiritam Shular Dashabiranandam Urdvado Didvivikshtapi Ashtabhir Nidibir Justam Ashtabhi Siddhibhistata Manurupaishta Dashabhir Dikpalai Paritovritam Shamar Goraishta Raktaishcha Shuklaishcha Parshadarshabhihi Shobitam Shaktibhistavir Adbhutabhi Samantaraha Evam Jyotirmayo Deva Sarananda Paratpara Atmaramasya Tastyasti Prakrityana Samagava Naya Navyogasya Yugastya Saha Atmana Ramaya Reme Tyakvakalam Shashikshaya Niyati Sa Ramadevi Tatpriya Tadvasham Tada Talinga Bhagavan Shambhur Jyoti Rupam Sanatana Yayoni Sapara Shakti Kamo Bijam Mahaddarehe Lingayonyat Mika Jata Ima Maheshwari Prajaha Shaktimam Purushasoyam Linga Rupi Maheshwaraha Smin Avir Abu Linge Raha Vishnur Saratpati Hasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasraksa Sahasrapad Sahasra Bahur Vishvatma Sahasram Sa Sahasra Suhu Narayana Sabhagavan Apastasmat Sanatanad Avirasit Kararnarno Niti Sankarshanatmaka Yonika Statsmin Sahasram Sa Swayam Mahan Tadoma Bhilajaleshu Bijam Chagyachanasya Cha Haimanyandani Jatani Mahabhuta Vratani Tu Pratyandam Evamekam Shad Ekam Shat Vishati Swayam Sahasram Murda Vishvatma Mahabhishnur Sanatanaha Ahua Shad Vishnur Dakshinanga Prajapati Kutirlinga Maya Shambhu Kurtradeshvad Avasrajad Ahankarat Makam Vishvam Kurtrad Etad Yajayata Ter Veder Vecher Lilam Udvahata Kila Gogita Gati Tashashir Eva Sangata Shayam Tato Nabhes Tasya Padmam Banir Yayao Tanama Himanalinam Brahmano Lokumad Bhutam Pani Purvarudhani Karanani Parasparam Samabhaya Prayogasha Vibhinani Pratak Pratak Chitshatsha Sajjamanota Bhagavan Adi Purushaha Yojayan Mayaya Devo Yoga Nidram Akalpayad Yojayitva Tutanyeva Pravivesha Swayam Guham Guham Pravishte Tasminstu Jivatma Pratibhudyate Sahas Nitya Sambandha Prakritischa Paraivasa Evam Sambandham Nabhyam Padmam Harerabhut Tatra Brahmad Babad Bhuyash Chaturvedi Chaturmugaha Jato Bhagavat Shaktya Tatkalam Kilachoditaha Sashikshayam Tato Patre Purva Samskara Samskritaha Transham Kevalam Tvantam Nanyat Kim Api Sarvataha Uvacha Puratastasmai Tasya Divya Saraswati Kama Krishnaya Govinda He Gopi Jana Ityapi Valabhaya Priyahaner Mantram Te Dasati Priyam Tapastam Tapa Etena Tavasidhir Bhavishyati Atate Pesa Suchiram Prinang Govindamavyayam Shweta Dripa Patim Krishnam Golokastyam Paratparam Prakritya Gunarupinya Rupinya Paryupasitam Sahasradala Sampande Koti Kinjalka Brahmite Bhumish Chintamani Tatra Kanikare Mahasane Samasinam Charanandam Jyoti Rupam Sanatanam Shabda Brahma Mayam Benum Badayantam Mukham Bhuje Vilasini Ganavratam Srashar Amshar Abhishtutam Atavenu Nidadasya Traimurti Mayikatihi Spuranti Praviveshashu Mukhabjani Swayambhuvaha Gayatrim Gayatastasmad Arigatya Sarojajaha Samskritaschari Gununa Dvijatvam Agamatataha Treya Prabhudhota Vidher Vignata Tattvasagaraha Tushtava Vedasarena Stotrena Nina Keshavam Chintamani Prakadasadma Sukalpa Vriksha Laksha Vritesha Sudapira Pipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shatasambrama Sevyamanam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Venum Kanantam Aravindam Dalayataksham Bharhavatam Samasitam Buddha Sundarangam Kandarpakoti Kamaniya Vishesha Shobham Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Alola Chandrakala Sadvanabalya Vamsi Ratnangadam Pranayakeli Kalavilasham Shyamam Tribangalalitam Niyata Prakasham Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Angani Yassa Sakalendriya Vrittimanti Pashanti Panti Kalayanti Chiram Jaganti Ananda Chinmaya Sadujvala Vigrahasya Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Advaitam Achutam Anadim Anantarupam Adyam Purana Purusham Navayovanam Cha Vedeshu Durlabam Adurlabam Atma Bhaktau Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Pantastu Koti Shatavatsara Sambragamyo Vayo Radhapi Manaso Munipungavanam Sopyastiya Praparasinya Vichintya Tatve Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ekopya Saura Charitum Jagaranda Kotim Yat Shakti Rasti Jagadanda Chayaya Dantaha Andantarasta Paramanu Chayantarastam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yad Bhava Bhavitariyo Manujasta Taiva Samprapya Rupa Mahima Sayanana Bhusha Suktaryameva Nagama Pratitaistuvanti Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ananda Chinmaya Rasa Pratipavitabis Tabirya Eva Nijarupa Tayaka Labhi Goloka Eva Nivasatya Kilatma Bhuto Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Ram Jana Bhakti Vilochanena Santak Sadeva Hridayeshi Vilokayanti Yam Shama Sundaramachintya Gunaswarupam Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Ramari Muti Shukalani Amena Tishtan Nanavataram Akarod Bhuvaneshu Kintu Krishna Swayam Samababat Parama Pumanyo Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yasya Prabha Prabhabato Jagananda Koti Koti Shashesha Vasudari Vibhuti Binnam Tad Brahma Nishkan Lamanantam Ashesha Bhutam Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Maya Hiyasya Jagadanda Shatani Sute Traigunyatad Vishaya Veda Bitayamana Sattvaavalambi Parasattvam Vishuddha Sattvam Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Ananda Chinmaya Rasatmataya Manasu Ya Praninam Pratipalam Smarutam Upetya Lilayatena Bhuvanani Jayatya Jastram Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Golokanamni Nijadamni Taleta Tasya Devi Mahesha Hodidama Suteshu Teshu Te Prabhava Nichaya Vihitascha Jena Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Shristi Stiti Pralaya Sadhana Shakti Rekha Chayeva Yasya Bhuvanani Vibharti Durga Ichchanurupam api yasya tateshta tesa Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Shiram Yatad Vikara Vishesha Yogad Sanjayatena Hitata Pratagasti Heto Yasham Bhutam Apitata Samupaiti Karyad Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Deeparchareva hidashantanamabhyupetya Deepayate vrvatahetu samana dharma Yastadrageva hicha vishnu chaya vibhati Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yakaranarnava jale bhajati sma yoga Nidram ananta jagaranda saroma kupaha Adhara Shaktim Avalamya Param Swamurtim Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yashaika Nishvasita Kala Matavalambya Jivanti Loma Vilaja Jagadandanata Vishnur Mahansa Ihayasya Kala Vishesho Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Pasvanya tasma sakadeshu nijeshu tejaha Swiyam kiyat prakatayat tavitad varatra Brahmaya esha jagadanda vidhana karta Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yatpada pallava yugam vinidaya kumbha Dvandve pranama samaye saganari rajaha Vignan Vinhantum Alamasya Jagatrayasya Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Agnir Mahi Ganganam Amumurudishascha Kalastatatma Manasiti Jagatrayani Yasmad Bhavanti Vivavanti Vishanti Yamcha Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Chudesha Savita Sakalagrahanam Raja Samasta Suramuti Rashesha Tejaha Yasyagnaya Brahmati Sambrata Kala Chakro Govindamari Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Dharmo Tapapa Nichaya Shrutayasta Pamsi Brahmari Kita Patagava Dayascha Jivaha Yadatra Matra Vibhava Prakata Prabhavaha Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yastvindra Gopamatavendra Mohosa Karma Bandhanu Rupa Palabhajanamatanoti Karmani Nirdahati Kintu Chabhakti Bhajam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Yam Krodha Kama Sahaja Pradyadi Bhiti Vatsalya Moha Guru Gaurava Seva Bhavahi Sanchinchatassa Sadrishim Tanama Purete Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Sriya Kanta Kanta Parama Purusha Kalpataravo Druma Bhumishchintamani Ganamaitoyamamratam Kataganam Natyam Kamanam Api Vamshi Prayasaki Chidanandam Jyoti Paramapi Taraswadyam Apicha Sayatra Shirabdhi Sravati Surabhibhyasya Sumahan Nimesardhyakyo Vavratati Nahi Atrapi Samayaha Bhaje Shweta Dvipam Tamaham Yaha Golokamitiyam Virantaste Shantakshiti Virilachada Katipaye Ato Vacha Mahavishnur Bhagavantam Prajapatim Brahman Mahatva Vignane Prajasarge Chachinmatihi Pancha Shloki Mimam Vidyam Bhattatattvam Nibodhame Prabhude Jnana Bhaktivyam Atmayananda Chinmayi Udetinadama Bhaktir Bhagavat Prema Lakshana Pramanais Tatsaracharais Tarabhyase Narantaram Bodhayanat Manatmanam Bhaktimapyutamam Labhed Yasya Shreyaskaram Nasti Yaya Nivirtum Apnuyad Yasarayati Mameva Bhaktim Tameva Sarayed Dharma Manyan Parityaja Mamekam Bhaja Vishwasan Yadrishi Adrishi Shraddha Siddhir Bhavati Tadrishi Kurvan Narantaram Karma Loko Yam Manavartate Tenaiva Karmana Dhyayam Mamparam Bhaktimichyati Aham Hi Vishwasya Characharasya Bijam Pradhanam Prakritihi Pumamscha Maya Hitam Teja Idam Bibarshi Vivedhehi Twamato Jaganti Ishvaraha Paramaha Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarvakarana Karanam Iti Sri Brahma Sanghita Sampurnam Hari Om Om Purnamadaha Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vishishyate Isavasyamidam Sarvam Yatkincha Jagatyam Jagad Tena Tyaktena Bunjita Magridha Kasya Siddhanam Kurvane Veha Karmani Jajivishakshatam Samaha Evam Tvainanyate Tosti Nakarma Lipite Nare Asurya Namate Loka Andena Tamasavrataha Tamste Pratyabhigachanti Yeke Chatma Hano Janaha Ane Jarikam Manaso Javiyo Naina Devapnuvam Purvanarshad Tadhavato Jnanatyeti Tishtat Tashmina Pomat Tarishva Dadati Tadejati Tanaijati Tadure Tadvandike Tarantarasya Sarvasya Tadu Sarvasya Bhayataha Yastu Sarvani Bhutani Atmani Vanupashyati Sarva Bhuteshu Chatmanam Tato Navi Jagupsate Yasmin Sarvani Bhutani Atmaivad Budvijanataha Tatrako Mahakashoka Ekatvam Manupashyataha Saparya Gachchukram Akayam Avranam Asnaviram Shudham Apapavidham Kavir Manishi Paryabu Swayambur Yatat Yatyatortan Vyadashasfati Bhyasamabhyaha Andantama Pravishanti Ye Vidyamupasate tato bhuye ivate tamo yau vidyayam rataha anyareva hora vidyaya anyarahora vidyaya iti shushumadhiranam yenastad vichichakshire vidyam cha yastad vedopayam saha avidyayam ratum tirtva vidyayam ratumashnute andantama pravishanti ye sambhuti mupasate tato bhuye evate tamo yau sambhutyam rataha anyareva hora sambhavat anyarahur asambhavat iti shushumadhiranam yenastad vichichakshire sambhutim cha vinasham cha yastad vedopayam saha vinashenam ratum tirtva sambhutyam ratum ashnute hiranmayena patrena satyasya pihitam mukham tattvam pushana pavrenu satyadharmaya drishtaye pushani karsheyama surya prajapatya vyuharashmin samuha tejo yate kalyanatamam tate pashami yosavasa purusha somasmi Vayur anilamamratam atedam bashmantam shariram Om kratos smara kritam smara kratos smara kritam smara Agni naya supataraya sman vishvani deva vayanani vidvan Yo yodyasmastu haranameno bhuyishtam te namuktim videma Shri Ishupanishad Sampurnam Hari Om Vacho vegam manasah krodha vegam jihva vegam udarapasta vegam hitam vegam yo vishaheti thira sarvamapi mam pratyavim sashishyad atyahara prayashascha prajalpo niyamagraha janashangashtaloyam cha shadbir bhaktir vinashyati utsahan nischayadharyad tat tat karma pravartanad sangatyagat satovrate shadbir bhakti prasidyati dadati pratignati ghuyamakyati prichyati bhunkte bhojayate chaiva shadvidam pratilakshanam krishneti yasya giritam manasadriyeta dikshasti che pranatibhishcha bhajantamisham Shushushaya bhajana bignam ananya manya nindari shunya hridamipsita sanghalabhya drishtva sabhava janithar bapushashcha doshar na prakritatva bhaktadanasya pashed gangam nasam nakalubhud burapena pankar brahmadravapvam apagachati niritarmai Syat Krishna Cham Charitari Sitapta Vidya Pato Patapta Rasanasya Darochikanu Kintva Varat Anudalam Kalusaiva Jushta Swadvikramad Bhavati Tad Garamula Hantri Tannama Rupa Charitari Kirtananu Smrityo Kramena Rasana Manasi Niyojaha Stan Vraje Tananuragi Jananugami Kalam nayeda kilami tupadesha saram Vaikuntas janito varamaru puri tatrapi rasotsavad Vrindaranya mudara pani ramana tatrapi govardhanaha Radha kundami hapi gokulapate pramamratap lavanad Kuryarasya virajato giritite sevam vivekinakaha Karmi bhyah parito hare priyataya vyaktim yajurnyaninas Tebhyo jnani vimukta bhakti parama premaika nishtastata Tebhyastha pashupala pankadadishastabhyopi saradika Preshtat tadvat iyam tatya sarasi tamna shayatka kriti Krishnasyo chai pranayavasati priyasibhyo priyadha Kundam chasya munibirapitasthadrageva vyadhari Yat preshter apyalama sulabam kim punar bhakti bhajam Ta premidam sakrid eva sarasnatur avishkaroti Iti Sri Upadeshamrita Sampurnam Radhe Shyam Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Maya Sakta Mana Partha Yogam Yunjan Madashraya Ashamshayam Samagramam Yatha Gyasa Sritashrinu Jnanam Teham Savigyanam Idam Bhaksham Yasheshataha Yajgyatva Nihabhuyo Naj Gyatavyam Avishishyate Manushyanam Sahasreshu Kashchid Yatiti Siddhaye Yatatam api siddhanam kashchimam veti tatvataha bhumirapo nalo bhagyo kammano bhutir evacha ahankara ityam me binna prakritirashtada apareyamitastvanyam prakritim vidime param jiva bhutam mahabaho yayedam daryate jagad itadyonini bhutani sarvanityupadaraya Aham Krishnasya Jagataha Prabhava Pralayastata Matta Parataram Nanyat Kinchidasti Dadanjaya Mai Sarvamidam Protam Sutre Manigana Iva Rasoham Apsakonteya Prabhashmi Shashishurya Yaho Pranavak Sarva Vedeshu Shabdake Purusham Nrishu Punyo Ganda Prativyam Cha Tejas Chasmi Vibhavaso Jivanam sarvabhuteshu tapaschasmi tapasvishu Bijamam sarvabhutanam vidipartha sanatanam Budhir buddhimantam asmi tejas tejas vinamaham Balam balavatam chaham kamaraga vivarjitam Dharma vidodo bhuteshu kamusmi bharatarshava Ye chaiva satvika bhava rajasastamasaschaye mate veti tanvidhi natvaham teshu te mayi tribir gunamayir bhavir ebi sarvam idam jagad mohitam nabijananti mamebhya paramavyayam vihiyeshu gunamayi mama maya duratyaya mai prapadyante mayametam tarantite Dushkritinu mudha prapadyante naradama maya pritagyana asuram bhavamashrita chaturvida bhajante mam jana sukritinu arjuna arto jignasa artarti jnani cha bharatarshava tesham jnani nitya yukta eka bhaktir vashishyate priyo hi jnani notyartam maham sacha mama priyaha Udarak sarve vaite jnani tva vaivame matam hastita sahiyuktatma mamevam utamam gatim bahunam janmanamante jnanavam mam prapadyate vasudeva sarvamiti samahatma sudurlabaha kamaistaiste hritta jnana prapadyante nyadevata tam tam niyamamastaya prakritya nyatasmai Yo yo yam yam tarum bhakta shradayarchitum ichati tasya tasya chalam shradham tameva vididham yaham sataya shradaya yuktas tasya ardanamihate labate chatata kaman mayaiva vihitan hitan antavatu palam tesham tatpavatyalpamedasam Devan deva yajo yanti madbhakta yanti mamapi Bhyaktimapanam manyante mama buddhaya param bhavamajananto mamavyayam anutamam Naham prakasha sarvasya yogamaya samavritaha mudoyam nabijananti mama jamavyayam Vedaham samatitani vartamanani charjana Bhavishyani chabhutani mamtu vedana kaschana Icha dvesha samutena dvanva mohena bharata Sarva bhutani sammoham sargayanti parantapa Yesham tvantakatam papam jananam punyakarmanam Te dvandva mohanir mukta bhajanti mamritavrataha Jara manana mukshaya mama shrita yatantiye Te brahma tadvadu kritsna madhyapam karma chakilam Saribhutari daivam mam sari yajnam viditu prayanakali chamam te vidur yukta chestatha. Om Tat Sariti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Supanisatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastri Shri Krishna Arjuna Sambhadi Gyan Vigyan Yoga Nama Saptamodhyaya Hari Om Vyasuvacha Iti Samprashna Sambristo Vipranam Brahmaharshinihi Pratipuja Vachastesham Pravaktum Upachakrame Yam Pravajantam Sutuvacha Yam pravajantam anupetam apeta krityam dvaipayano viraha kartara ajuhava putreti tanmayataya taravo bhanidus tam sarva bhutar yam munimanatosmi Shanubhavam akila shruti saramekam adyamadipam atitirshatam tamondam samsarinam kanunayaha purana guhyam Tam Vyasa sunum upayami gurun muninam Narayanam namaskritya naram chaiva narotamam Devim sarasatim vyasam tato jayam utirayed Munaya saraprishtoham bhavadbir lokamangalam Yakrita krishna samprasno yinatmas suprasidati Savai pumsam parodharmo yato bhaktir adhoksaje Ahiktukiya pratyata Ratma suprasidati. Sorry. Dharmo yato bhakti radhoksaje. Ahiktukiya pratyata. I'm sorry. Savai pumsam paro dharmo yato bhakti radhoksaje. Suprasidati. Ve bhagavati bhakti yoga prayojitaha. Janaya yashivairagnyam jnanam cha yadahaitukam Shaksina katasuya notparayadidiratim shrama eva hi kevalam Asya hyapavargasya nartopakalpate nartasya dharmakantasya kamolabhaya hi smitaha Kamasya nendriya priti labo jiveta yavata Jivasya tattva vichignasa narto yascheha karma bhi Danti tattva vidas tattvam yajnanamabhayam Brahmeti paramatmeti bhagavan iti shabjate Chajanamunayo jnana vairagya yuktaya Pashyantya chatmanam bhakta shruta grihitaya Tapumbir dvija shreshta charma vibhagasaha Swanustistasya dharmasya samsiddhir haritoshanam tasmade kena manasa bhagavan sattvatam patihi shrotavya kirtitavyasya dhyaya pujascha nityada yat anudyasina yukta karma granti nibandanam chindanti kovidastasya kona kuryat kataratim shushushro shadatanasya vasudeva kataruchihi Syan mahat sevaya vipra punyatirtha nishevanad Shrinvatam swakata Krishna punya shravana kirtanaha Hridyantaksto hyabhadrani vidunoti suhritsatam Nashta prayeshu bhadreshu nityam bhagavata sevaya Bhagavat yutamo shloke bhaktir bhavati naishtiki Tada rajastamo bhava kama lobhadayaschaye Chaitaitaranavidham stitam sattve prasidati Evam prasanna manaso bhagavat bhakti lokataha Bhagavat tattva vijnanam mukta sangasya jayate Vidyate hridaya grantis chijante sarva samshayaha Shiyante chasya karmani drishta eva manishvare Ato vai kavayo nityam bhaktim paramaya muda Vasudeve bhagavati kurvantyatma prasaranim Sattvam rajastamayiti prakritir gunastar Para purusha eka ihasadate Stityadaye harivarinchi hareti samja Shayamsi tattva kalu safa tanurnam suhu Partivadharano dumas tasmadagnistrayimayaha Tamasastu rajastasmat sattvam yad brahmadarshanam Bejure Munayotagre Bhagavantam Adhoksajam Sattvam Vishuddham Shemaya Kalpante Yenutaniha Shobho Gaura Rupam Hivabhuta Patinata Narayana Kalashanta Bhajantyana Suyava Samastriktaya Samashila Bhajanti Vai Pitre Bhuta Bhajeshadin Shriyashvaya Prajepsavaha Vasudeva Paraveda Vasudeva Paramagaha Vasudeva Durga Vasudeva Paragatihi Vasudeva Param Jnanam Vasudeva Param Tapaha Vasudeva Parodharmo Vasudeva Paragatihi Sa evedam sasarjagre Bhagavan Atmamayaya Sarasadvayacha so Gunamaya Guno Vibhu Taya Vilashiteshweshu Guneshu Gunavaniva Anta Pravishta Pati Vijnanina Vrajimbritaha Yata Yavahito Vanir Darushveka Swayonishu Naneva Bhati Vishvatma Shuthatabhaman Sal Gunamayer Bhavir Shakniyatrabihi Nirmiteshu Nirvishto Bhunkte Bhuteshu Tadgunan Van Vena Lokan Vai Lokabhavanaha Lilavataranurato Devatiryandaradishu Srimad Bhagavatam Ki Jai Go Premanande Hari Haribo. These chairs we should move on this side over here. Okay. Because no one wants to sit, I'm thinking that. What? Oh, I see. But then they can't see any deities. That's true, yeah. They could always there and there, you know, something like that. That's what I'm thinking. So that is a good idea to just come. Okay. You have to open this all or not ready? Yeah. Is that white? White we have it. for this time, for the readings, we won't be rotating anyway. So, one thing is,
Do we have one more? Do we have one more? We only have two, right? No, no. What Vaisesika Prabhu said is we will keep one. So I'm thinking this one, if we keep a wire, which one is the wire are using?
Right now there is nothing there. We need to put another third one.
If you put a wire, then that one can go here and we can have one rotating. That's okay actually.
Sounds like we're not trying to rush through it. That's just me.
There is one alternative.
That's just me. Don't take it, please.
There's one alternative. If we keep a wired phone here and this wireless here, then we can leave this as a rotating. Would that be okay? Or just leave it the way it is?
keep the wireless over here.
No, wired
The
one.
wired one.
Then this can go here, and then we have.
Do we have another stand for one here?
Wait till more people come.
Sure, then we won't have time for anything. As you know, I don't wait for anybody. We're just going to sing some bhajan. Can I have one of those little tables? Just a few bhajans. No harm in that.
Vaish? Vaish? No harm in that. No harm in that.
I'll need, we're going to need songbooks out here. We're going to do a few songs. Trey.
Do we try to go Giriraj Maharaj?
Trey. Did you bring more water? Sorry we went so fast on the shlokas. We were going too fast. A few more change shlokas. Mara said he was going too fast. Could somebody find out, maybe ask Jagmeet or Nicole, somebody to call and find out when Giriraj Maharaj is likely to be here? Thanks. Page number 67. We need more songbooks and a few stands, book stands. Page number 67 in the songbook, a songbook coming to you, to your area soon. O Venerable Vaishnav Thakur, O Ocean of Mercy, be merciful to this servant of yours and purify me with the shade of your lotus feet. Your lotus feet I humbly hold. By helping me control the 6 urges and purifying me of the 6 faults, bestow upon your servant the 6 good qualities. O Master, please give me the 6 kinds of holy association. I have sat down here hoping to have your company. Footnotes. The 6 urges are those of speech, the mind, anger, the tongue, the belly, and the genitals. The 6 faults are overeating or collecting more materially valuable things than required. Over-endeavoring for material objectives, unnecessarily talking of mundane affairs, being too much attached to scriptural rules and regulations or too neglectful of them, associating with worldly-minded persons and desiring mundane achievements. The 6 good qualities are enthusiasm, confidence, patience, performing the regulated principles of devotional service, giving up the association of non-devotees, and following the footsteps of the previous acharyas. The 6 activities of holy association are offering gifts in charity, accepting charitable gifts, revealing one's mind in confidence, inquiring confidentially, accepting prasad from others, and offering prasadam to others. Alone I do not find the strength to chant the holy name of Hari. Please be merciful and blessing me with a drop of faith, bestow upon me the great treasure of the holy name of Krishna. Krishna is yours, and you can give him to me, for such is your power. This wretch is simply running behind you, calling out, Krishna, Krishna. You know, maybe we have a few more chairs out there, too. Yeah, okay. 15, 20 minutes. Okay. I know, I am. Okay. There's, Giriraj Maharaj will be here in 15, 20 minutes. They're caught in traffic. Oh, hey, Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Idase Karuna Kori. Oh, hey, Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Idasi Karuna Kori. Oh, hey, Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Idase Karuna Kori. Oh, hey, Vaishnava Thakur. Oh, hey, Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Idase Karuna Kori. Oh, hey. Diyapada Chaya Shorohe Amai Tomara Charana Dhori. Diyapada Chaya Shorohe Amai tomara charana dhori. Chaya bega domi, chaya dosha shodhi, chaya guna deho dase. Chaya bega domi, chaya dosha shodhi, chaya guna deho dase. Chaya satsanga, deho he amare, bose shishan gera se. Chaya satsanga, deho he amare, bose shishan gera se. Ekaki amar nahi pae bolo, Harinama Sankirtane. Ekaki amar nahi pae bolo, Harinama Sankirtane. Tumi kripa kore shraddha bindu diya deho Krishna namadhane. Tumi kripa kore shraddha bindu diya deho Krishna namadhane. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakti ache. Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomara shakti ache. Amito Ganga, Krishna Krishna bole, Daitava pache pache. Amito Ganga, Krishna Krishna bole, Daitava pache pache. O he Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Idasi Haruna Kori. O he O he Vaishnava Thakur, Doyara Sagara, Idase Karuna Kori. O he Diya Parachaya, Shoro he amai, Tomara Charana Dhori. Diya pada chaya shoro e amai tomara charana dori. Diya pada chaya shoro he amai tomara charana dori. Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Gope Manande Haribo. Actually, we might need this microphone just not when the readings start, but just for now. Marsh, would you say a few words about this bhajan? Just, a couple of minutes. And then just...
We are helpless in this material world. All of us. Jurisdiction of time. Everyone in the material world is under the jurisdiction of time. And therefore we are confused. We can't see what's going to happen, and therefore we're fearful. Everyone in this material world. And the only solution to this dilemma of our material anxiety is to hear from a source outside of the jurisdiction of time. And that is the spiritual master. Krishna is the guru. There's only one guru, and that's Krishna. And anyone who agrees to repeat Krishna's words, Krishna's message, without changing it, with full faith, that person becomes the agent of Krishna to spread knowledge of Krishna and the process of overcoming the influence of time. Therefore, we have no alternative. And so this prayer is an admission, confession if you'd like, to the spiritual master and to Krishna that I have decided to come here and I am filled with inauspicious qualities. At the end it says, this wretch is simply running behind you, crying out, Krishna, Krishna. This is our position. This is the mood in which we can actually approach the spiritual master and Krishna and invoke their mercy. The full mercy of Krishna, he says himself in the 9th canto of the Bhagavatam, that he chooses to distribute Krishna consciousness through the dust of the lotus feet of his pure devotees. And among the pure devotees, there are rare souls who appear in this material world very rarely, who are particularly empowered by Krishna to do just this, to distribute Krishna consciousness. And it can't be done by anyone else. So, therefore, we were all here in this material world, floundering, and Srila Prabhupada came at great expense, gave everything, gave his life for us. And still, there's no way we can repay that debt. So we are running after Srila Prabhupada and crying out to him to give us Krishna. But that doesn't mean just sentiment, that we just run out and cry. We have to do what the spiritual master asks us to do. And those things are embodied in the 6 urges and the faults and the good qualities and the activities of holy association. So, when Bhaktivinoda Thakur says, "I'm just running after you, crying out Krishna, Krishna," implied in that statement is that he's following all these things. He's following what Krishna says. He's following what Guru says. And therefore, he has attracted the attention. This is what we're trying to do. We're running behind spiritual master crying, "Krishna, Krishna, over here," to get his attention. So when we get his attention, then all kinds of things happen. Some of them, very, very pleasing. Some of them maybe not so pleasing sometimes. Maybe he'll take things away from us that are undesirable to our devotional service, but desirable to us. So this is our position in this material world. And so this day in particular, we gather as much as we can, our spiritual resources, our minds and our hearts and our intelligence. And we approach Srila Prabhupada, refocus our energies, our dedication. We get evaluated when we write our offering and then read the offerings in front of our God brothers every year. It's like, it's a barometer of our spiritual situation. So that's what this song is discussing. Hare Krishna.
Page 50. Bindu Diya Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trina Pekaya Tihina Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trina Pekaya Tihina Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trinapekayati Hina Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trinapekayati Hina Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Sakala Sahane Bolodiya Koro Nijamani Sprihahina Sakala Sahane Bolodiya Koro Nijamani Sprihahina Sakale Saman Korite Shakati Deho Nata Jata Jata Sakale Saman Korite Shakati Deho Jata 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 Tabito gaibo harinama sukhe aparara have hata Tabito gaibo harinama sukhe aparara have hata Kabhi no kripa labi jano kritartha hoi benata Kabhi no kripa labi jano kritartha hoi benata Shakti Buri Rami Ati Din Koro Mure Atma Sata Shakti Buri Rami Ati Din Koro Mure Atma Sata Shakti Buri Rami Ati Din Koro Mure Atma Sata Shakti Buddhi Rami Ati Din Koro Mure Atma Sata Yogyata Vichare Kichu Nahi Pai Tomara Karuna Saro Yogyata vichare kichuna hi pai tomara karuna saro Yogyata vichare kichuna hi pai tomara karuna saro Karuna na hoile khandiya khandiya prananara hi go aro Karuna na hoile khandiya khandiya prana na rakhibo aro Karuna na hoile khandiya khandiya prana na rakhibo aro Gurudev kripa bindu diya koroe dase trinapekayati hina Gurudev kripa bindu diya Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Koroe Dase Trinapeka Yaktihina. Sakala Sahane Bolodiya Koro Nijamani Spriyahina. Sakala Sahane Bolodiya Koro Nijamani Sprihahina. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Need book stands. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Gurudev, with one drop of mercy, make this servant of yours humbler than a blade of grass. Give me the strength to bear all trials and troubles and free me from all desire for honor. O Lord and Master, please invest me with the power to honor all living beings properly. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, free of offenses. O Lord and Master, when will such mercy fall to this weak and foolish devotee? Please make me your beloved servant. When I examine myself, I find nothing of value. Therefore, your mercy is essential to me. If you are not merciful, I shall simply weep, and I shall not maintain my life. Tradas, you want to say something about this?
Of course, this is, as Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur often did, he was taking this from Sri Shikshastakam, the Trinadapi Sunichena, describing the qualities of a first-class devotee, a pure devotee, humbler than a blade of grass, and praying in the proper mood to the pure devotee, to the bona fide spiritual master. Especially, please invest me with the power to honor all living beings properly. Only then will I sing the holy name in great ecstasy, free of offenses. So if we can study this explanation and try to develop these qualities, then we'll be able to approach the spiritual master and chant the holy name with free of offenses and actually be able to receive the mercy and the message of the spiritual master.
So, yeah. Oh, go ahead.
There's one pastime in the Chaitanya Charitamrita where the Lord Chaitanya is with his devotees. I forget the circumstances, but the cleaning woman came in to clean up. You can refresh my memory a little bit, but anyway, all the devotees honored her with great respect. And Prabhupada comments in the purport that these qualities of being humbler than a blade of grass, more tolerant than a tree, devoid of all sense of false prestige, and ready to offer all respects unto others, which is, these qualities are the doorway into the pure chanting of the holy name. He says that these aren't qualities that develop just by, what can I say, on an intellectual level. But he says that these qualities are there within every soul. And as the soul begins to awaken, as we begin to actually see who and what we are, naturally we're humble because we see how tiny we are. And we're tolerant because we're complete within ourselves as being part and parcel of Krishna. And we actually see that all souls are the same part of Krishna. And so naturally there's respect, and then there's no need for hankering for respect for oneself. And so as aspiring devotees, Jai Maharaj. So sometimes when we hear the qualifications for pure chanting, it seems, at least to me, it seems very far away. And so it's healthy. Bhaktivinoda Thakur is showing us that this is healthy devotion to want to awaken, to want to develop these qualities. And from the story in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, we can see that if we practice Krishna consciousness and follow the guidance of our Guru, then without separate endeavor, as a byproduct of our direct experience of who and what we are, that these qualities of humility and tolerance and freedom from the false ego will naturally develop. We don't have to artificially pretend to be humble. Of course, we have to practice tolerance and humility, but it comes from the soul, not from the mind. It comes from the actual seeing of what we are, and doesn't require any separate endeavor. In fact, it can't come any other way. Hare Krishna.
Last night in the question booth, Giriraj Maharaj was talking about. So someone had asked about miracles. How come we don't see many miracles? He was feeling that it was made him more faithless in religion. And Maharaj told a story about one yogi who could produce some magical feats, but that one of his followers asked him, she was smart enough to ask him, that you're doing all these things, but I see that your disciples, your followers, it just makes them more materialistic and more greedy. That you can produce, they come to you. A lot of times people come to a holy man thinking he will solve my problems, he will make me wealthier, he will make me my health get better, or my children have more success, or whatever. So I thought that in this song it was, and Maharaj was pointing out that Srila Prabhupada's power was that he could make people devotees and make Westerners into devotees. And I'm thinking that in this song, Bhaktivinoda Thakur is showing how we actually approach a guru for something that's really valuable, rather than to approach him to ask him for fame and wealth and people respecting him. He's asking to develop these qualities of tolerance, humility, respect for all living entities. Why? So that we can chant the holy name of Krishna properly, and that's what's really valuable, and that's what we should really beg the spiritual master to give us, not these other cheaper things.
In Hyderabad, 1975, we went from Mayapur to Hyderabad and back up to Vrindavan for the opening of the Krishna Balaram Mandir. And the format of the pandal in Hyderabad was that they collected questions, and then person by person they'd select the questions, and they'd come and ask Prabhupada a question in front of, I don't know how many thousand people were there locked. And we were all sitting, on the stage with Prabhupada. I don't remember how many, but there was a whole bunch of devotees sitting. And then this one guy steps up and he says, "Swamiji, can you show us a miracle?" And Prabhupada, he didn't think for very long. And he went like this. "This is my miracle." Pointing to us. So, to make Western devotees is very difficult. Anyone, but particularly those of us who were, born and raised in the West with the facility that we have for sense gratification and so many other things. And so I just wanted to express that was very dear to Prabhupada, this idea. Yes, it is a miracle, but it can be done. And we should do it. We shouldn't just, stop that effort, particularly.
Could you find out where our offering is? Thanks. And we're going to just read the bhajan, which recounts the disciplic succession as given to us by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. That is, if it's in this book. Page 120? Hare Krishna. Actually, we'll sing it first. We sing it together. Krishna hoite chaturmukha hoy Krishna sevon mukha Brahma hoite naradera mati Narada hoite Vyasa madhva kahe Vyasa Dasa Una pragna padmanabha gati Drahari madhava vangshe Akshobhya paramahanse Shishya boli angikara kare Akshobhyera shishya jaya Tirtaname parichaya Tardasye Jnana Sindhu Tare Taha Rajendra hoile tanha hoite Tahara kinkara jai Dharma name parichaya Parampara jano bhalo mate Jaya dharma tasye khyati Shri Purushottama jati Tarte Brahmanya Tirtha Suri Vyasa Tirtha Tangra Dasa Lakshmi Pati Vyasa Dasa Tang Hoi Te Madhavin Rapuri Madhavendra Puri Varo Shishya Varo Shri Ishvaro Nityananda Shri Advaita Vibhu Ishvara Puri Kedhanya Kori Lena Shri Chaitanya Jagat Guru Gaura Maha Prabhu Mahaprabhu Shri Chaitanya Radha Krishna Nahe Anya Rupa Nuga Janira Jivana Vishvambara Priyankara Shri Swarupa Damodara Shri Goswami Rupa Sanatana Rupa Priya Mahajana Jiva Raghunatahana Tad Priya Kavi Krishna Dasa Krishna Das Priya Varo Narottamo Seva Paro Japada Vishwanatha Asha Vishwanatha Bhakta Sata Baladeva Jagannatha Ta Priya Shri Bhakti Vinoda Mahabhagavata Boro Shri Gaura Kishora Boro Hari Bhajanete Jaramoda Ihara Paramahamsa Gaurangera Nija Vamsha Tandera Charane Mama Gati Ami Seva Udasinam Namete Tridandi Dina Shri Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Shri Parshabhana Vibharo Sada Sevya Seva Paro Tadaita Dasa Nama Ta Pradhana Pracharaka Shri Bhakti Vedanta Nama Patita Janete Dayadi Ta pradhana pracharaka Shri Bhakti Vedanta Nama Patita Janete Daya Dhamma Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Girish Maharaj, would you comment on this song?
Hare Krishna. This song by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj describes the parampara in which we are fortunate to be connected. Srimad Bhagavatam says, Dharman tu sakshat bhagavat pranitam, that the path of religion is enunciated directly by the Lord. No one can concoct a bona fide religious system. And what is significant in this poem is that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur has made the connection between the prominent acharyas in the line. Even in some cases where there was no direct diksha connection. Now within the line is Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Sri Krishna Chaitanya, Radha Krishna Nahayanya, who is none other than Radha and Krishna. And he, in turn, delivered the knowledge to his immediate followers, among whom Rupa Goswami has a special position, and therefore all the other acharyas and devotees in the line after him are called Rupanugas. And so the knowledge is passed on through this line of Mahabhagavatas, or Paramahamsas, the highest order of devotees, to our immediate predecessors and Srila Prabhupada. And although obviously it's not stated, but the principle of parampara is that it's meant to continue. all of us are meant to extend that mercy and that knowledge and system by faithfully following Srila Prabhupada. And it's quite humbling to find ourselves in such an exalted line, but that was Prabhupada's miracle. That was Prabhupada's miracle, that even people as lowly and fallen as ourselves could be connected with such an exalted lineage and entrusted with the mission of extending their mercy and teachings. And of course, one must practice what he preaches. So, but yeah, we're called upon to try our best to do that. Hare Krishna.
We've been singing some bhajans and then commenting on them.
Okay.
We sang O He Vaishnav Thakur and Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya, and most senior devotees have been commenting on them. That's why I asked you.
Okay.
Because as devotees come in, then it becomes more meaningful to make the offerings.
Yes.
And it's getting to be close to that time, because I see more devotees are coming now. And Ritat Vajswami, would you like to give a few remarks?
On the verse?
Okay.
Or just my remarks that I wanted to say today?
No, on the verse.
I didn't know this verse. I never started. Oh, Hare Krishna. Just to repeat what I heard from Giriraj Swami, that the specific succession, as it says in verse 3, Jana Sindhu taught the science of devotional service to Dayanidhi, whose servant was Vidyanidhi. Vidyanidhi in turn imparted this knowledge to Rajendra Tirtha, and he accepted Jayadharma as his servant. In this way, you should properly understand the disciplic succession. So, as Maharaj says, some of the names mentioned aren't in the Diksha line, but more in the Shiksha line. And I was, just by reading a little bit as we were going through, the idea came to mind that my entrance into Krishna consciousness came through Shiksha and a disciple of A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Although it was sparked by hearing the words of Prabhupada through his books, the knockout punch came from one of his disciples, Shiva Ramaswamy, who all you may know, a very, very powerful preacher, and it's described in 4th chapter, the famous verse, Tadvidi Padipashena Padipashena Seviya, that one should approach a spiritual master, render service, and inquire from them submissively. I didn't know that verse when I first met Shiva Ramaswamy, so I wasn't quite in the submissive mood, but the mood was there, and the potency was there in order to convince someone that was basically unconvincible to give up everything for Krishna. So it comes like that. That disciplic section expanded. Prabhupada came, he gave the message, some heard, they gave the message, others heard, they gave the message, and in this way, this disciplic succession is actually huge. It's actually huge now. And as we see, more and more are taking advantage of it. So that's just a few words from one line and one part of the verse here. But that idea of taking shelter of senior devotees and all devotees in one sense. I remember in the old days we'd be on, new days here at IVS. IVS is another thing. ISV is the new days, but in my old days, we would even take instructions from people on Sankirtan. When they would give us information, this is this, that, and we would hear it, and then we would apply it to Krishna consciousness. So the instructions can come from anywhere if we're attentive to hearing that which is meant to help us advance in spiritual life. So Hare Krishna.
Keshav Bharti Maharaj wanted to add something to the comments about the disciplic succession.
Yeah. It's become popular nowadays to trace one's family tree. And people are interested in knowing who their forefathers are and like that. And I was thinking as we were hearing the song and reading the translations as we were going along, how important it is that we feel that we've entered Krishna's family and who those family members are. And so the tendency to gather in groups is there also in the spiritual world. Gana, the word gana, like-minded devotees, even in Goloka Vrindavan, gather and associate and serve Krishna in the same mood. But they're all Krishna's family. And in order for us in this circumstance, the uncharted waters of an international society with pluralistic, many gurus in a society that is organized and structured like Srila Prabhupada gave us, is extremely important. It came into my mind very strongly while we were hearing the song, how important it is that we accept one another and our disciplic succession in the mood of being Krishna's family, because this is what Diksha means. It means, or even Shiksha, it means being brought into Krishna's family, being accepted by Krishna. See? So, the more we learn about, the more we learn to relate to and be inspired by our family and our family tree, the more we can serve with greater feeling and enthusiasm and confidence. We're not just like now there's this question, who's guru, but when you're connected to this parampara, we're connected to forefathers that are the most exalted persons in the history of the universe, really. And so it behooves us actually to learn about them and to meditate deeply and on our family tree and our spiritual forefathers. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. And now we're going to start by hearing offerings from various devotees. Sudeep, could you set that microphone up in front of that chair? This is the speaker's chair. And from there, hopefully you can see Srila Prabhupada and also the deities. And can make your offering. There are devotees online as well who are listening in this morning. We welcome them to ISKCON Silicon Valley Vyasa Puja celebration. And we're going to start this morning with one of Prabhupada's senior women disciples who joined Krishna consciousness in Japan. And she's apparently on her way out here. Maguna? Kudasai.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much for this opportunity again. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhuttare Srimakti Bhakti Vedanta Swami Itanamini Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaurvani Pacharini Nevase Sasanyabadi Paskacha Dasitarini. As usually, I don't have any written offerings, but I just wanted to say something simple, just a few words. I was expecting I should be the last in line to offer the prayers to Prabhupada, so I didn't hear anybody else's, but I'm sure everybody else would express the sentiment to Prabhupada and appreciation for what he has done for us. So you could hear all that from very eloquent speakers later. But I just wanted to say one thing that Prabhupada had given me was very simple, but very sublime teachings for my life. And there was one incident that I was asked to make Prabhupada's cookie by Kanka, actually. I was making it for Radhanath Swami a couple of years ago. And she told me to make it with honey instead of sugar. And then Prabhupada's cookie recipes are very simple. 1 cup of flour, half a cup of butter, 1/3 of sugar. That's it, nothing else. But I thought, there's honey, then I probably have to increase more of this and more of that, you know. And at the end, it came out kind of doughy, and it wasn't like the ones that I used to have. So I figure, you know, whatever the Prabhupada had taught us, if I can follow simply just what he says, everything will be perfect. Everything come out just right. That's a small incident, but that's what I learned. And I just pray to Krishna and Prabhupada. That's how I can follow him for the rest of my devotional life. And also, I just wanted to say, Prabhupada in Japanese, because he always appreciated devotees from all over the world. So I just want to say, domo arigatou gozaimasu.
So now, Thank you very much, Maguna. That was a really good start. Now we call for Akurnath Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. We're going backwards this year. For the junior devotees come earlier. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Srila Prabhupada is our hero. We tend to worship heroes. Everyone always has some heroes that they worship. And in drama and literature and so forth, there's different kinds of heroes. In fact, there's a discussion in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, I seem to recall, about romantic heroes, and some are Dhira Lalita and some are Dhira, and some, there's different kinds of heroes, and there's different kinds of genres of literature and popular culture. In Hamlet, Shakespeare's play, a troupe of actors comes to town, and they're saying they can put on different plays, and some are, we can do farcical, we can do tragedy, we can do historical, we can do melodrama, we can do historical tragedy, we can do hysterical farcical, we can do, and so forth. So I'm thinking, what kind of hero is Srila Prabhupada? Because he's my hero, he's the greatest hero. So what kind of hero? And the thought occurred to me, for me anyway, that he's an action hero. We're familiar with this genre, and because Srila Prabhupada was always active. In fact, there's a movie, and I don't really know who's in it. I probably saw it, but I don't remember whether it was Denzel Washington or Vin Diesel or Arnold Schwarzenegger or one of those guys, Bruce Willis or something. But it's called Man on Fire. And my impression of Srila Prabhupada was that he was on fire to spread Krishna consciousness everywhere. And he never stopped. In fact, Bhakti Raghava Swami showed us the movie about the four movements, the four waves of the Hare Krishna movement. And one thing that stood out for me was this video of Srila Prabhupada lying very, very gaunt, with only a short time before he left his body, and Jayadvaita Swami was holding the dictaphone, and Srila Prabhupada was still dictating Srimad Bhagavatam. And because it was in the 60s and 70s anyway, there were many gurus coming from India to the United States, but most of them, their persona was very passive. That was the thing was that they were peaceful, and nothing bothered them. And these are important qualities Krishna talks about. But Srila Prabhupada had a purpose in a different way. And even I've met other Gaudiya Vaishnavas, senior Gaudiya Vaishnavas, but Srila Prabhupada was, for me, was unique in this kind of determination. Of course, he was also empowered. He was not only so determined to spread Krishna consciousness, but he had a capability. Krishna Shakti Vinay Tari Pravarchan. Anyway, I don't even know the verse, but you have to be empowered to spread the Sankirtan movement. Srila Prabhupada was empowered. He was so determined. And I was thinking that, that Bhaktisiddhanta had chanted 190-something rounds every day for many, many years. He was already at the stage of the great devotees who can do this kind of nirjana bhajan. But then he came out and started a worldwide movement because he understood that it was Lord Chaitanya's desire to, out of compassion for the living entities who are in ignorance, to spread Krishna consciousness everywhere, and that it was necessary, and it wasn't sufficient to just be satisfied to save oneself. And when he met Srila Prabhupada, he gave him that command that he should use his abilities to speak English and preach in the English-speaking world. And also he gave the letter to Prabhupada shortly before Bhaktisiddhanta passed away. And Srila Prabhupada was always very convinced of this mission, and he had that purpose that he could have happily stayed in Vrindavan and meditated on Krishna, but he had to there's one early Bhagavad Gita class where he says, but I'm duty bound, I'm in duty bound that I have to come here. I'm always longing to be in my home place in Vrindavan, but my Guru sent me here. I have a mission to all you people to explain Krishna consciousness. So this was the mood of Srila Prabhupada, and he passed along that mood also to his disciples, and he expected his followers to have that missionary spirit, even if sometimes in our maturity we may not have been able to properly represent the disciplic succession, but he made excuses. The reason I'm holding this book is everyone should read the letter to Lynn Ludwig. In here, there's a part in this book where a lady says she met a couple of Prabhupada's disciples and she felt that they were not showing the kind of love that representatives of God should show. And Srila Prabhupada explained to her that in the beginning stages someone may have this immaturity, but they'll come to the real platform of real love eventually, and that by giving up everything for the Krishna's service is never a mistake and is not an easy thing, and the so-called love of just being kind to everybody. In the material world, you can't really do it. You can't really show real kindness to everybody unless you have that actual pure love. So Srila Prabhupada is spreading that pure love out of great compassion and with great determination, and because of that, all of us have gotten to know each other, and there's this growing movement all over the world. And even from the very early days of the Krishna consciousness movement, he was confident that this would be a big giant movement, and that was his direction, his determination, and we should take up that mission and that spirit and always be convinced that it's not superior to just be satisfied to be peacefully meditating on Krishna, but it's actually that devotees who've been able to accomplish that have also understood the desire of the disciplic succession, that we actually change the world and make everyone Krishna conscious. So thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you to Akurnath Prabhu. Kankadevi Dasi, would you please come up?
Thank you. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamini Tanamane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nivasesha Sunivari Tara Satarne. Oh, my dear Srila Prabhupada, thank you so much. I hope I don't start crying because I have a lot I'd like to say, and my gratitude towards you, Srila Prabhupada, I hope I can remember to offer it to you every day, because if it wasn't for you, I always say I would probably be dead. Being a wild young hippie and meeting you, you were my saving grace. Someone said to me the other day, you have so many good qualities. And I said, only because of Srila Prabhupada. So I remember that time when in 1975, when we were making the canopies for the Rath Yatra carts in San Francisco, and you said you were being interviewed by press members, and the press members said, "So Swami, when you die," and you interrupted them, and you said, "No, I will never die. I will live on in my books." So, by your grace and by your mercy, we have these books. And just to even be able to read them every day, then we know we have your association constantly. You're with us. And I feel really honored to be here at ISV because these devotees are so fired up to distribute your books. I feel very blessed and grateful to you, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you again for everything. Thank you for our life. Thank you for our worldwide family and all the love that you've given us and taught us how to be clean, taught us how to cook, taught us how to do everything, be civilized human beings. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Kanka Devi Dasi. Trade us, Prabhu.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatade Satarane. I want to relate a recent event which demonstrates the power of your mercy and the potency of the holy name. As you were just about to close your earthly pastimes, you told us, "Don't think this won't happen to you." So many of our parents and some of us are realizing the truth of your words. I was present one time when you were giving the Srimad Bhagavatam class in Los Angeles, and you asked what would we do if we received notice of our death in a few days. You answered for us that we should stop everything and just hear Srimad Bhagavatam. At another class given after you returned from your morning walk on Venice Beach, having seen a couple lying on the beach embracing, you said things will become very bad, so we should finish up our business in this lifetime and don't come back. You said, "Don't come back," with such gravity that I can still hear you. Recently, my wife, Krishnaloka Devidasi, received the news that her father, 87 years old, had a car accident and was not well. He also had prostate cancer that was slowly spreading to other parts of his body. She began to visit him regularly. They never had a good relationship, and she always described him to me in quite a bad way. She has served your mission now with great dedication and intensity for the last 30 years, especially distributing your books and taking care of new people approaching Krishna consciousness. One time while distributing your books, after explaining the value of the book to a man, she turned it over, and seeing your picture, he asked if she had met you. Without even thinking, she responded yes, then reflected that she had actually never met you physically, but by distributing your books so intensely for so many years, she felt very close to you by your mercy. You will live forever in your books, and he who follows them will live with you. With this spirit of compassion imbibed from you by distributing your books, Krishnaloka went to stay with her father for 2 weeks while I went on book distribution on the Adriatic coast. O Srila Prabhupada, your mercy is all that we are made of. One day while I was there distributing books, I approached an outdoor stand near the beach where they make a special kind of sandwich with unmentionable things, the specialty of that region. I thought that the man would not be so cultured, and so I first presented 2 smaller books, even though I had Bhagavad Gita, Krishna book, 2 volumes, and the Science of Self-Realization in my other hand. He immediately said, "No, I want those big ones. Let me see them." I gave him a Bhagavad Gita and a Krishna book, and he gave me a nice donation. So I also gave him a Science of Self-Realization, and he gave another donation. Your books are all attractive. Even if we hide them, people want them. Then he said to wait for the girl who worked for him. She should get these books too. Because I was ready to leave. I'd finished. It seemed such a nice donation. I was ready to leave. He said, "No, wait. There's a girl she'll be coming just now. She should get these books too." As soon as she arrived, I gave her 2 Krishna books, and she said she had no money, so the man immediately paid for them. In that same seaside town lives a man who sells fish. Years ago, he bought the whole set of Srimad Bhagavatam and Chaitanya Charitamrita, and over the years has gotten all other books. Till this day, he reads them and keeps 1 volume of Srimad Bhagavatam in japa beads next to the cash register. He considers the Srimad Bhagavatam to be the truth. Once a year I stop by and he gives a nice donation and takes some books to give out. Your mercy in the form of your books is saving those who distribute them and those who receive them. So after 2 intense weeks of chanting to her father and watching him slowly deteriorate, by your grace, her compassionate desire to help him increased more and more. This man always ate meat and drank wine every day, blasphemed God, and passed his time playing cards. But one time he visited us at the temple and chanted and danced with upraised arms. Then when he returned home, he spoke very highly of devotees, how they were good people. Srila Prabhupada, you say in a purport of the Srimad Bhagavatam that those who appreciate the preachers of this Krishna consciousness movement get the same credit as the preachers themselves. What incredible mercy this man received. Then finally the day came that Krishna Loka had a train booked to come up and join me for a Pandavasena festival with Bibi Govindaswami at Villa Vrindavan. Before leaving in the morning to take the train, she looked at her father and realized that he was much worse and probably wouldn't make it another week till she returned. She called me and I encouraged her to stay. She understood that he didn't have long, so she began chanting and playing kirtan tapes or reading the only book she had, which was the Antya-lila of the Chaitanya Charitamrita. As he started taking slow, difficult breaths, and she heard that gurgling sound from his lungs as you described to us, she chanted loudly in his ear. Some friends of the family who were present tried to pull her away because they told her that if you stay too close, then he won't be able to leave, because they had some understanding of the Catholic people. And she pushed him back and kept chanting in his ear until he departed. What mercy, Srila Prabhupada. He had no qualification. But somehow or other, because his daughter is your dedicated preacher, he got the highest mercy one can get. Before he went into a final coma, as he awoke, Krishna Loka said, "Hare Krishna," and he responded, "Hare Krishna." So these were the last words he said. So this is all by your mercy, Srila Prabhupada. You are saving us and anyone related to us. Thank you for showing us how to live and how to die. We thank you eternally and pray to be engaged in your service life after life. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Nirkula. Get Nirkula. Thank you to Dasa Prabhu.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamini Te Namani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pujardane Nirvisesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Desatarane. Dear Srila Prabhupada, on this day, and I try to do it every day, I am most grateful for all that you have given me, given us. I've been thinking a lot about the yatra we had in Mayapur this year, and how grateful I am to have had that wonderful experience, to be there in Mayapur and to see the fulfillment of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's prophecy that from all over the world, devotees would come to Mayapur and hear and chant. It was so powerful and so potent. And all of that is the result of you coming to the West and you distributing your books, writing your books, translating the Vedas for us. And I was just realizing that without Sankirtan, none of that would be. Without going out and doing Harinam, without going out and doing book distribution, without doing college programs, without doing festivals, all of these devotees from all over the world, from every continent, wouldn't be together in your holy dham of Sri Dham Mayapur. And it was an experience that deepens my faith, because you've told us so many things. You've translated so many stories that I believe, but many would find hard to believe. But when you see that your words coming true in something so simple as being with so many thousands and thousands of devotees in Mayapur, then we know that the rest of what you tell us is true. If we simply follow the instruction you've given us, some of us have personal instruction, but all of us have the instruction to follow the 12 regulative principles, chant 16 rounds a day, and read your books. So if we all follow those basic instructions, we will go back to Godhead, because you've told us we will. I was remembering a Vyasa Puja that Karandar Prabhu wrote many years ago. And in it he said, chanting Hare Krishna is the first word, it's the last, and service to your lotus feet is everything in between. So please always keep me at your lotus feet. Please keep me in the association of these wonderful devotees whom I have the privilege to meet and live with here at ISV. They are such an inspiration to me. Please help me overcome the obstacles that I have, the anarthas that I have in my heart, so that I can purely serve you and be with you eternally as your daughter. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Vikula Devi Dasi, thank you very much. Ratadvaj Swami Maharaj. Yeah. Yeah. Go with your heart. We have Vyasa Puja books. First, for all the Prabhupada disciples that are here today, we've ordered them from the BBT, so we invite you to take one with you today. Please don't sneak out without it.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvase Shasunivadi Pasachadi Sitarine. Well, I feel like the first thing I'd like to say to Srila Prabhupada today on his Vyasa Puja Day is thank you. Thank you for everything you did for us. When I came into the temple room this morning, I have this little pouch, and I sat the little pouch down and then offered obeisances to Prabhupada and got up. And I remember when I came to the temple to join, I had a backpack and a sleeping bag, and I set them down in front of the Vyasa-san and offered obeisances to Prabhupada. And years later I realized that's the first offering, that we fell at the lotus feet of Guru, and all we had was a backpack full of garbage. Unwanted things in the heart, and so many bad habits that we slowly conquered over by His grace. And then from that day forward, it was payback time. And it's described that one cannot pay back the debt that they owe the spiritual master, but one should try their hardest to serve and repay what he has given. Last night and this morning, this center, ISV, we learned that the main room is the book room, which was quite impressive because usually it's the deity room. But this one, we have many sets of deities, and they're being cared for properly by the associates of this yatra. And during those talks last night by different devotees, I was realizing that everyone becomes a devotee by a devotee. And Srila Prabhupada was described as an action hero, or what we may call superhero. And somehow or another, that we get introduced to Prabhupada by somebody. My case, it was a brother of a devotee who was a Sankirtan devotee named Manasutta, whom you all may know, who would, back in the old days, did Sankirtan. And because he was a Sankirtan devotee, his interest was in preaching, so he sent all the books to his brother. And I happened to walk into his house and open the books. Well, first I saw a picture of Super Soul, the pink one, and I said, "What's that?" 4 arms, long hair like me, all pink, and he said, and his brother said, "That's Krishna, the Lord of the heart." And somehow or other, I said, "Yeah, I can understand that." And then we opened the books, they showed me the books, and I read something, and it changed my life. Animals run on 4 legs, and they eat, sleep, mate, and defend. And human beings run around in 4 tires, and they eat, sleep, mate, and defend. What is the difference? And I said, I don't know, but I want to find out. So I read and read and read. Ordered beads from BBT, started chanting. 5 months later, went to a temple, Winnipeg, met the devotees of Srila Prabhupada. And it was transformational. Their energy and their determination to serve someone like they do was just contagious. Unbelievably contagious. So we came from the point of being acquainted with Srila Prabhupada to slowly developing appreciation for Srila Prabhupada. And we discussed this one day. And from that appreciation, slowly a little affection in the heart manifests. And from that affection, on this day, I pray that it transforms into real love for our spiritual master to do and to be what he wanted us to be. The orders of the spiritual master are the life and soul of the devotees, and we don't know. At least I do. I was thinking. There I was reading yesterday Bhagavad Gita verses, and maybe somebody can help me here. Some see the soul as amazing, some... I knew. Translation?
Some see the soul as amazing, some hear of him as amazing,
some describe him.
Some describe him as amazing, and some, even after hearing about him, can't understand him at all.
And that's what I was thinking about my relationship with Prabhupada this morning. That after hearing about him and everything, it's like believing in God. It's inconceivable. And our relationship and what Srila Prabhupada did for us is inconceivable. And how, we all know the story, what he went through, and how he painstakingly made a movement so powerful that, as one of the devotees was saying, Nakula Mataji was saying that fulfilling the desires of the previous acharyas by having a worldwide movement where not even the acharyas, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, the name of Krishna will be heard in every village and town in the world. And now we can see it. Because if it came to Minot, North Dakota, it's gone everywhere else too. So on this day, I would like to do several things. Number one is, again, offer myself at the lotus feet of our eternal spiritual master and tell him that I am fine and have been doing as he taught, at least 16 rounds in the 4 regular principles since joining, and I beg him to continue to allow me to do that. The second thing I'd like to offer is my obeisances to him and ask him to continue to shower his blessings and mercy upon all of us, but charity begins at home, especially me. Because without those blessings and without that, touch, I stand no chance in the, what do you call it, onslaught of Maya in this world. And the third thing I would like to do, head count. Oh, okay. The third thing I would like to do is offer ISV on my behalf a token of my appreciation for Vaisesika Prabhu and Nakula Prabhu. I would like to join the $1 Million Club by sponsoring one of my dear friends who guides me very, very anyway, I don't know the word. She showers his mercy onto me, and I'd like to put it in the name of Giriraj Swami. I hope you take credit cards because I have no checks.
We take credit cards.
And one last request is that please continue to do as you're doing. When I see Vaisesika Prabhu, I feel guilty because I haven't been on the parking lot for a few years. I'm getting near. I just need a little pushing. I was talking to Vijay and he says, Maharaj, you are one of the better ones. He said, it's like riding a bike. You know how to do it. Just do it. And I said, I'm afraid I'll fall off. I'm getting old and out of balance. So he said, come with me. I'll hold you up. You know, we'll go together. So I need someone to hold my hand. Push me a little bit, Vais. Push me. I'll go out there at least on the weekend warrior once a month or something like that. You know what I mean? Just push me a little. I just need a little pushing. So thank you very much. I appreciate everyone in this community and the mood that it is setting. And when I was a teacher for Gurukul, I learned that when a child does something wrong, it's automatically known that it has to be corrected. But in order to prevent them from doing something wrong, when somebody does something right, you praise them. You say, oh, very nice, you're doing your work properly. And then that spreads, well, because everybody wants attention. So it would spread, and the boys slowly began to want to get the praise rather than we know what it is. So in the same way, I see this temple as the positive teachings, appreciations, and my hope and desire is that this mood that is set in this temple is spread throughout the whole world, what to speak in the United States, because it is such an exceptional mood and it's such an exceptional, everything. I mean, from A to Z. So please, continue. Please, Prabhupada, give us the blessings that I get the strength to assist in that way again. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Tattvad Swami Maharaj ki jai. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Jagarini. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pastaya Pudale Shimini Bhaktivedanta Swamini Chinamani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Vicharne Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paskachade Satarne. This is my favorite ISKCON holiday. And I tend to like the more intimate holidays, and this one seems to always seem to stay that way. So anyway, it's very, very sweet. Srila Prabhupada, this year has been a wonderful year at ISKCON Silicon Valley. By your divine grace, we have been able to increase and perfect our services beyond our wildest expectations. I have to report, I just received the information that we served 4,000 plates of prasadam last night. And it's our first festival, first big festival in this facility. So we are also grateful by the power that you've given us to be able to carry out your mission in Silicon Valley in this way. And of course, we couldn't do it without your superhero leader. Karanath Prabhu talked about superheroes. We've got one in our midst. That's a ray of your effulgence, and it's Vaisesika Prabhu. So he's been able to get all of us off our lazy kind of tufts and spark what we used to feel when you were in our association. And we're so grateful to feel it again. I was thinking how, since you've been gone, our society, the social makeup of the United States of America has changed a great deal in so many ways. There's so much access on the internet, and devotees are so expert at using every new invention and facility in your service. Another thing that's gone on is a big increase in depression and anxiety, and drugs for those conditions are taken like candy in the United States. But my personal experience is, and from those I've known and served with in Krishna consciousness, that devotional service is the best antidepressant. And I mean that literally. Something happens when someone selflessly takes on some little bit of something to serve your lotus feet. And we go beyond our bodies and our minds and feel joy, spiritual joy. And that's the only explanation for the enthusiasm, and personally, at my age now, for me to be able to do the things I do at the temple. I can't understand it. My family can't understand it. My mundane family can't understand it. But that's the only explanation, is somehow there's a connection that gives us the eternal youth that we really are in our soul. So Srila Prabhupada, on this auspicious appearance day, Please bless me to continue to serve your lotus feet as much as I can, 100% with the capacity that I have left. And give me the strength to increase my sadhana and my reading, because I have a tendency to want to serve externally, and I need to become more quiet, to become more meditative. And I beg for your mercy for the ability to be able to do that. And I want to thank all the devotees at ISV for giving me such wonderful association. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you, Jagarini. Hare Krishna. Satyadev Prabhu, would you mind?
Om Agyanatamirandasha Gananjana Salakaya Chaksun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namaha Om Vishnu Vadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimakte Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharne Nirvishesa Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarne Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktarinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Vanchakapa Tirubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Bevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Every year when it's time to write my Vyasa Puja to Srila Prabhupada, I'm in angst, not knowing what to say, and I pray to Krishna in my heart that even though I don't have any devotion, I know that you must appreciate Srila Prabhupada, so give me something to say. And this year is more philosophical mood. I never know. We are gathered together today to honor and glorify our spiritual master. Om Vishnu Pad Paramahansa Prabhrajagacharya Astatara Satashishiman, His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada on his Divine Appearance Day. Traditionally, we call the Appearance Day of the Spiritual Master Vyasa Puja, or worship of Vyasa, who is the incarnation of Godhead. Vyasadeva appeared in this world in order to give ultimate guidance to the souls asleep in this world on how to awaken from the dream of Maya and go back home, back to Godhead. It is the Lord's desire that all souls awaken from the dream state of separation from Him and awaken to the truth of our real life, our real self, in blissful relationship with the Lord, and enjoy our life with the Lord in the spiritual dimension. Krishna explains His purpose for incarnating into the material world in the Bhagavad Gita in chapter 4, verse 7, where He says, whenever there is a decline in religious practice, O descendant of Bharata, and a predominant rise of irreligion, at that time I descend myself. The ultimate purpose of religion is to help guide the conditioned soul on how to awaken from the bondage of illusion and suffering and sense of separation from God. One of the ways the Lord fulfills this purpose of guiding the conditioned soul back to Godhead is in His divine incarnation as Vyasadeva. Vyasadeva compiled the Vedic knowledge, and the Vedas elaborated And then he elaborated on them specifically to remove the darkness of ignorance that binds the conditioned soul to this material world, life after life. Particularly, he wrote Srimad Bhagavatam. The transcendental knowledge of freedom given by Vyasadeva out of his compassionate, causeless mercy is preserved, protected, demonstrated, and brought to us through time by the bona fide spiritual master in the disciplic succession of Vyasadeva himself. Because the spiritual master is the living representative of Vyasadeva, we celebrate the appearance day of the spiritual master as Vyasa Puja. The bona fide spiritual master guides the conditioned soul by repeating the instructions of Vyasa without change and by practical demonstration in his or her own life. It is this guidance of the spiritual master that is the ultimate cause of the conditioned soul's liberation and going back to Godhead. Srila Prabhupada explains how it is shiksha, rather than diksha, that is the cause of the soul's awakening to the truth of life, and he mentions this in his purport in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 15, verses 47 and 48. There, Srila Prabhupada, he quotes Srila Jiva Goswami and Sanatana Goswami's Hari Bhakti Vilas. Quote, according to Srila Jiva Goswami, a person freed from the three modes of material qualities, namely goodness, passion, and ignorance, and situated in transcendence, can reach the highest perfection of life without change of body. Srila Sanatana Goswami in his Hari Bhakti Vilas says that a person, whatever he may be, can attain the perfection of a twice-born Brahman by undergoing the spiritual disciplinary actions under the guidance of a bona fide spiritual master, exactly as a chemist can turn gunmetal into gold by chemical manipulation. It is therefore the actual guidance that matters in the process of becoming a Brahman, even without change of body, or in going back to Godhead without change of body. Srila Jiva Goswami remarks that the word he used in this connection positively affirms this truth, and there is no doubt about this factual position. That's the end of the quote. Of course, the purificatory acceptance of Diksha or spiritual initiation is not to be minimized, because initiation helps to purify one of one's past bad habits and increases one's commitment to this spiritual practice, both of which are required if one is able to receive and then effectively apply the guidance one receives in one's life that is given by the spiritual master. One may receive all kinds of wonderful guidance by the grace of Guru. However, unless one is able to apply the guidance in one's life, becoming freed of suffering and awakening to the truth of one's true being in relationship to God will not occur. One may receive expert diagnosis in medicine from a qualified physician, but one will not experience the healing of the disease condition and a return to normal health until one actually takes the medicine as prescribed by the doctor. Therefore, the spiritual master not only guides us by word, but also by precept. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for giving us the knowledge of Vyasadeva without change and as it is. By your divine written word, devoid of any tinge of self-aggrandizement, you painstakingly gave us Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Ishopanishads. I'm very attached to Ishopanishads because a few sentences from from that book really transformed my life. Not to interrupt here. Nectar of Devotion and many other Vedic literatures. You wrote hundreds of personal letters to your disciples, which are replete with pearls of wisdom. You guide us by your hundreds of lectures and teachings given to us on morning walks. You not only tirelessly spoke and wrote about the absolute truth, but you also demonstrated how to apply the absolute knowledge of Vyasadeva in daily life. You showed us personally, 24/7, what it means to be a pure devotee of Krishna, free from personal motivations or distractions. You always arose early in the morning, chanted 16 rounds, followed the regulated principles, and fully engaged yourself in serving Krishna and working enthusiastically to relieve the suffering of all conditioned souls. Personally speaking, for me, Srila Prabhupada, because I could witness firsthand the obvious purity of your devotion to Krishna and your absolute dedication to your spiritual master, I do believe indeed it is possible for anyone to apply your teachings in their life and awaken from sleeping in the lap of Maya and go back home, back to Godhead, sometime soon, maybe even in this life. Thank you, Srila Prabhupada, for all you have done for us and continue to do. I ask the audience to forgive me for only mentioning only a tiny aspect of your glories today. Please continue to protect and guide me by the goodwill of your smile upon me. One day I am certain to overcome my weak and doubting state of mind that continues to block any true and permanent surrender. Thank you for allowing me to be here today in the assembly of all your disciples and grand disciples. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. I would just like to mention, just to take up something that Ritav Raj Maharaj was speaking about, how everyone who follows Srila Prabhupada is his representative, and we can see Srila Prabhupada in them, and he comes to us through them. And not only the old disciples or the senior devotees, but for me especially, the new younger devotees very much inspire me, and I learn from them, and I feel that they're representing Srila Prabhupada for me, that, oh yes, I should be doing that, or I should try harder in this way. And we don't realize how important the word and the precept are in transforming us. It's not, Prabhupada used to say, initiation is not just some magical wand, it's not some tap on the head. It's hearing someone and then watching them doing the same thing that really inspires us and that we learn from. And I was witnessing this yesterday with my my new deity, my grandchild, Benchan. And he's only 2.5 years old. And I didn't really observe my children growing up. I was busy, and I wasn't present for them. But we take care of Benchan 2 or 3 times a week. So yesterday, all day long, Mahaguna was in the kitchen cooking bharats and different chutneys and things. And he likes to get right in the action and see what's going on. And we said, no, you can't touch anything today, and we're going to be offering all of this to Krishna. And so he was very respectful, and he was helping out. And he knows who Krishna is when he comes into our house, and he bows down, and he's watched us make prasadam. But anyway, we were getting ready to go, and he had just woke up from a nap. And I had just put on tilak, And I don't normally wear tilak. I just protect my body with water tilak, and my faults. And so I walk in there and I have tilak on, and he's looking at me like he's never really looked at me before. And he goes, "What's that?" And I said, I thought for a minute, and I didn't even realize what he was pointing at. And then I thought, oh, it must be the tilak. And I said, oh, that's how we say hello to Krishna. This is how we present ourselves to Krishna. He goes, oh. And then he saw Mahaguna also putting on tilak, and she said, do you want some? And he said, yeah. So she put tilak on him, and like that. It was very simple, but this is how we learn. And even though not as children, but all the time, we're learning from each other, we're being inspired by each other, or to the contrary. And so I just want to thank all of you for being representatives of Srila Prabhupada for me, especially the Maharajas and Das Prabhu, after seeing you also for so many years. I mean, I haven't seen you since I left San Francisco to go back to Japan in the 70s. But when I see God brothers that through thick and thin all of these years have continued to follow Srila Prabhupada's simple but profound teachings, it's so inspiring. And of course, without Vaisesika Prabhu, I wouldn't be here today at all. I'd be down at 6th and Mission or something. Hare Krishna, all glories to Srila Prabhupada.
Thank you to Satyadev Prabhu. Haribo. And now we'll have Bhumi Devi Dasi, who will just be coming in at about 45 seconds.
So many great personalities are Hare Krishna. I have an offering, and it went in the tributes book, and I hear the tribute books hasn't arrived. It's available online, so if somebody wants to go first, and then I'll find my offering and read it. But I need a computer. This didn't happen with anyone else? Oh, okay. Because every year there's a Srila Prabhupada tributes book. And there has been for the last 4 years. And they send the book out to all the people who submitted offerings. And it didn't arrive yet.
We have our technical team working on this incident. No, it's coming in about 60 seconds. We'll have it in front of you. So in the next 60 seconds, maybe you tell.
And I'm on page 280, I think. 280, maybe 283.
Are we about 60 seconds out from getting it? Govinda Charan Prabhu? Yeah. Oh, we're still trying to connect to the Wi-Fi.
All right.
Okay, come back. We call his,
Okay.
His Holiness Keshava Bharati Das Goswami Maharaj. Hare Krishna. It doesn't look like it now. I have time.
So embarrassed. My offering. Embarrassing. Hare Krishna. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gaudabhani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. I wrote an offering. It's in the book. But after hearing what I've just heard, I'm a little embarrassed to read it. But I'll read it anyway because it's my duty. My dearest Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances in your lotus foot dust, which still powders the globe with your mercy as you continue to traverse it through the medium of your books and your recorded material. Yesterday I heard you give a public lecture at Balboa Park in San Diego, California. About 3 minutes into your lecture, a heckler in the audience began to shout something, creating a disturbance. You asked a devotee close to you what the man was saying. He told you, amidst chuckles from the devotees, that the man wanted to have sex more than once a month. Your response? You turned the lecture on a dime to address the heckler directly with your signature poise, maturity, charm, and vast knowledge, free from compromise, but irresistibly clear, simple, and persuasive. So, as this man is talking about sex, this world, this material world, is enchanted by sex. You went on to deliver a classic discourse about the results of sex, licit or illicit, individually and collectively, on every species of life, especially the human society. You didn't back down at an awkward moment. You fearlessly pointed out the Vedic conclusion that attachment to the material body becomes complete after sex, and that sex is thus the basic principle of material existence. You explained the Vedic concession for regulated sex in marriage and its purpose to produce good progeny with the goal of becoming purified by the austerity of taking full responsibility for one's offspring and eventually becoming free from sex life altogether and going back to Godhead. You analyzed the subject from every angle, providing convincing arguments to the audience that although sex according to religious principles is sanctioned by Krishna, it is inevitably a cause of unsought complications and deep attachment for material existence. Attachment that binds the conditioned souls to suffering in repeated births and deaths. All this you spoke openly to an antagonist in a public park in Southern California City in the summer of 1972, in the thick of America's sexual revolution. And how did the audience respond? They gave you a rousing ovation. You subdued the heckler and captivated the audience with profound realization of Vedic wisdom. In this way, you showed us how to preach according to time and circumstance without compromising the truth. It was obvious that the public was willing to acknowledge someone with enough courage to speak the plain truth in such a situation. You define realization in your purport to Srimad Bhagavatam 141. Personal realization does not mean that one should, out of vanity, attempt to show one's own learning by trying to surpass the previous acharya. He must have full confidence in the previous acharya, and at the same time, he must realize the subject matter so nicely that he can present the matter for the particular circumstances in a suitable manner. The original purpose of the text must be maintained. No obscure meaning should be screwed out of it, yet it should be presented in an interesting manner for the understanding of the audience. This is called realization. Srila Prabhupada, you never pandered to the public in order to gain popularity or more followers for the movement. In fact, in another conversation you said, "So everyone may try his best, that's all. The public may take or not take. It doesn't matter. And if you want to please the public says that you should dance naked. I will be very happy with you. I will give you support. So I'll have to do that. Then what is the use of making a spiritual master? Public, they have got their whims, how to become pleased. So are we to follow all these things? We have to follow our instruction of the spiritual master. On this auspicious anniversary of your appearance in this world, Srila Prabhupada, I beg for the spiritual strength to follow in your footsteps without trying to imitate you, to be as loyal to your example and precepts as you were to those of your Guru Maharaj, your eternal son. Hare Krishna.
Thank you to His Holiness Keshav Bharati Das Goswami Maharaj. And now we call Her Grace Bhumi Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Oh, thank you. My eternal spiritual master, Srila Prabhupada, I bow down in the dust of your lotus feet and beg for your mercy so that I may please you with the time I have left in this world. I lament pitifully that in this life I have wasted so much precious time and misused my human form of life, not giving you every ounce of my full attention. Where we place our attention shows where our heart lies, and in this regard I feel much is lacking. My mind seems to wander when I perform my daily sadhana, such as chanting, hearing the philosophy, and reading your books. Every day I am getting signs that my eviction from this body is approaching faster than a freight train. My mind is nagging me constantly that I need to get serious about completing my life successfully. I know that my only chance lies in somehow performing devotional service that will please you, not conditional service that I pick and choose according to whimsical ideas that my mind is always trying to cheat me into believing as your desire. So, what are your desires? Your first and foremost request from those who wish to be your disciples was that we chant a minimum of 16 rounds daily and that we follow the 4 regulative principles. Not negotiable, no excuses. I beg for your mercy to complete these simple tasks daily with renewed enthusiasm and rapt attention. You also want your devotees to live in the association of other devotees and to only take association from other devotees. We need to avoid bad association. This includes materialistic people who have no interest in furthering themselves spiritually or who scoff at the idea of devotion to Krishna and follow an impersonal path. Even within the society you set up, there are those who wish to discourage others from giving % of our energy to the society you formed with us in mind, a society that would act as a base from which we can spread Krishna consciousness to every town and village, as predicted by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In this regard, you have asked us to cooperate with each other, and as the years have worn on, just accomplishing this small task has seemed monumental. There are detractors at every turn that seem to want to convince ISKCON devotees that showing loyalty to you is a separate thing from showing loyalty to the society you formed, ISKCON. They accuse ISKCON loyalists that if we stay in your society and hang on for dear life, this makes us fanatics and fools. Many devotees abandoned ship after you left when chaos consumed our movement as we tried to sort through your instructions about how exactly you wish to carry on the process of initiations in the future and exactly how you wanted your disciples to become gurus. This one issue has divided your movement, not only because there are differing opinions, but because so many that took on the role of guru fell down and left enormous amounts of devotees bewildered, disappointed, and leery of where to place their hearts. Many left ISKCON altogether and found shelter outside the society you created. They actively recruited devotees who still remained within ISKCON to join them and touted their gurus as superior or claimed that if devotees wanted to experience what you gave us, one needed to abandon ISKCON and take shelter of someone else outside of ISKCON. The only problem I had in trying to wrap my head around this theory was that I remembered you requesting us all too often to stay together and not sidestep by looking away and outside for greener pastures. You always seemed to instruct the devotees that if we saw problems, we should show and act in a better way to set the example. In this regard, I have seen that there are some devotees within ISKCON who are beautiful examples, and many of them are here today. They are proving to me that you, Srila Prabhupada, who is Jagat Guru, are so powerful by dint of your pure devotion to Sri Krishna that you can bless us with pure devotion and create pure devotees, even among a class of humans that is most fallen and sinful. My simple desire is to attach myself to these devotees of yours and work cooperatively with them. With whatever strength I have left, I want to assist you in pushing on this movement so that there is legacy for the coming generations. In order to accomplish this, I am asking you to please help me find a little space to park my wagon so that I may hitch it to your star. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, has this been going on all day? Sorry. I want to be engaged 24 hours a day, working only for your mission. I no longer want to have my own separate agenda. Sorry. That pipe dream evaporated years ago, and I wasted too much time dragging my feet and foolishly letting time evaporate, time that cannot be bought back, even with billions of dollars amassed by hard labor. This has got to stop. I fall at your lotus feet as a beggar and ask you to please show me the way so that I can find the path back into the association of your devotees. Please. Please make me worthy, because I know it is my lack of worthiness that prevents me from orbiting around your society and making a positive contribution to it. I have absolutely no qualification, and I am not even qualified to be asking you for mercy. Yet, here I am. Please give me some service and engage me fully. Use me to execute your will. Otherwise, take my life from me. If you do not deem me qualified to receive your causeless mercy, for this life has no use, and I am simply taking up space on this planet, begging you with straw and teeth. Your servant Bhumi Devi Dasa. Sorry. Sorry, I wrote that months ago, and I haven't looked at it since then, so I'm just reading it again, so I can't even believe I wrote that. Sorry. All right, Haribol.
Thank you again to Bhumi Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna. Always a highlight We'll call Srila. Prabhu, please come up.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Simate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesh Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatarine Durgame Patimandasya Skalat Padakateramahu Sa Kripa Yastidanina Santak Santavalambanam Vanchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vivacha Patitanam Vaishnavivyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sya Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Prabhupada remarks in one purport the story of Ajamil, that once one has been elevated to the platform of Krishna consciousness by the grace of Guru, Vaishnava, and the blessings of the Supreme Lord, one should be very scrutinizingly and reflectful that I should not again fall down to a degraded position. So the first point is to realize how fortunate I am, we are, coming in contact with Srila Prabhupada and this great Vaishnava tradition. So we use these, the sampradaya vihinaye mantraste nishpalamata, right? One, without getting contact with bona fide sampradaya, you cannot fulfill your heart's desire for spiritual realization of Krishna. You'll get something else, but you won't get Krishna. Evam paraparam praptam imam ravjarshyo vidu sa kalenihya mahata yoganashta pravdava. So there are these two words, parampara and sampradaya. And we tend to confuse them. So I like the idea of, we talk about the line of Krishna consciousness, how it's disseminated, how it continues. So in geometry, a line has three conditions. It's a continuous set of points that prescribes or circumscribes a vector, which can be either linear or curvilinear. So there's 3 points. So parampara is one point after the next, right? Infinitely close. Intimately close. Unbroken chain, right? Parampara. And sampradaya is the continuous. It's eternal. It's time immemorial. Our sampradayas arising, Lord Brahma, and it will go on eternally. And there's one other point. The line inscribes a vector. It has a direction. So the term we say is Guru Varga. there is a consistency and predictability, and it's going somewhere of the teachings. It's not just, and the point is, a line is not defined by one point. It takes minimum of 2 points. Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, in his commentary, Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu Bindu, states this. A line needs more than 1 point. You need more than one teacher. Parampara, the sampradaya, that continuation, needs more than 1 point. So the point is that sampradaya is a broad conception. It's inclusive, not exclusive. And Sanskrit is a wonderful language, and the Sanskrit dictionary gives examples of words that are unique, but also give the flavor of what the meaning of the word is. So, sampradaya has specific meaning to give one's daughter in marriage. Sampurnam prakishtarupena daya. A special, intense gift. So when we speak of the legacy of Srila Prabhupada, his sampradaya, what has he given us? Broad, deep feeling. When you give your daughter in marriage, you don't, this man, he's very rich, will marry like this. This is superficial. This will not be good marriage. So many considerations are there, so many conceptions, so many considerations are put together. So, on this day, 40 years now counting of our Gurudev's disappearance, what is his legacy? What is the sampradaya? What has he given us? He's given us a whole Gaudiya Brahma Madhva Gaudiya Sampradaya. And then within that there's the Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya. And within that there's the Rupanuga Guru Varg. And in that there's the Bhaktivinoda Parivar, the specific type of bhajan and practices, sadhana, that Bhaktivinoda bequeathed to us. Bequeath, right? Sampradaya is what has been bequeathed to us. So on this holy day, it is ripe for an opportunity for us to meditate what our Gurudev, Srila Prabhupada, has bequeathed to us. The whole culture. The point is, when the daughter is given in marriage, the whole family is on line. It's crucial for the reputation of the family, right? How that marriage will work out. All this emotion. A culture. How is a culture transmitted? It is transmitted through the family. And the family is transmitted through this sampradaya, through this offering of the daughter in marriage. It's a meeting of confluence of different conceptions. Continuity and change we speak of in terms of cultural transmission. So the tradition, the sampradaya, is what Gurudev Prabhupada has bestowed upon us. And to contemplate that in a broader conception. It's broad conception. It would do us well. So, thank you very much.
Thank you to Srila Prabhu. Hare Krishna. I'm going to read an offering that I wrote on behalf of ISKCON of Silicon Valley. And after that, His Holiness Giriraj Swami will give the last talk. And after that, we're going to offer the results of our monthly Sankirtan festival to Srila Prabhupada. And after that, we'll have Pushpanjali. And then we will have Artik for Prabhupada. And then I'm not going to get into the details after that, because it's premature to discuss. ISKCON of Silicon Valley is listed here in this authorized book that we received from the BBT. Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances in the dust of your lotus feet. When we ask ourselves, how does the representative of Srila Vyasadeva walk in this world, we can only answer exactly as you have walked, Srila Prabhupada. Srila Dvaipayana Vyasadeva accepts anxiety and inconvenience simply to benefit and reclaim the souls who have fallen into illusion, Maya. He divides and repackages the Vedic message to attract the people of Kali Yuga and save them from suffering. Today we worship you as the perfect representative of Srila Vyasadeva because we see how you have followed his path by compiling your beautiful books perfectly in line with his teachings so that people of Kali Yuga might achieve the ultimate benefit. While going door to door to sell your books, following your instructions to do good for others, we know that we are perfectly following the path of Vyasadeva. The apartments and homes that we approach are basically containers in which people keep their things: food, pets, plants, clothes, pictures, furniture, electronics, family members, and so on. Inside they cook, eat, read, watch television, work before computer screens, talk on the telephone, sleep, and breed. Many houses are so full of junk that it is difficult to understand how the occupants can move about inside. Some residences emit disgusting odors. Others have porches strewn with cigarette butts or old newspapers that nobody ever bothers to pick up. Others have dogs inside that bark, growl, and jump up on the inside of the front door when we knock. Still other dwellings are neat and tidy, but these are rare. Some homes are like small palaces with swimming pools, tennis courts, sprawling lawns, well-kept gardens, and luxurious entryways. However, regardless of the state of these lodgings, Srila Prabhupada, we know that unless they contain at least one of your books, every home is no better than an oversized jail or a gigantic coffin. Lord Brahma says, "My dear Lord Krishna, until people become your devotees, their material attachments and desires remain thieves, their homes remain prisons, and their affectionate feelings for their family members remain foot shackles." From the Srimad Bhagavatam, 10th canto, 14th chapter, 36th verse. As we visit these homes and apartments and knock upon their doors, the residents open up to see what we want, and they quickly learn that we want them to take your books into their homes. And when a fortunate householder accepts and places your books inside, his or her home becomes sanctified. In the Skanda Purana, there is this statement: a person who is constantly engaged in reading literature, enunciating the cultivation of Vaishnava devotional service, is always glorious in human society, and certainly Lord Krishna becomes pleased with him. A person who very carefully keeps such literature at home and offers respectful obeisances to it becomes freed from all sinful reactions and ultimately becomes worshipable by the demigods. That was quotation from the Nectar of Devotion, chapter 2. Despite the many benefits of accepting your books, some people hesitate. When we present your books, people sometimes say, "No time, no space." We take this as a metaphor for the conditioned souls who are so full of material desires that they have no space in their hearts to accommodate Krishna or even a moment to remember him. You wrote about this same phenomenon when you personally distributed your Back to Godhead magazine in India before coming to America. In one article entitled "No Time, a Chronic Disease of the Common Man," you write, "When we approach some gentleman and request him to become a reader of Back to Godhead, sometimes we hear the reply, 'No time.' While introducing your books, as we remember how you heard the same mantra, 'No time,' we feel close to you. But we are never discouraged by these no times, because we know that each one brings us closer to that fortunate soul who will accept your books and receive Krishna's special favor. Regarding this special favor, in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami describes how before the appearance of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, an elevated Vaishnav named Gunaraj Khan from Kulinagram wrote a book in simple Bengali prose entitled Krishna Vijay, in which he glorifies Krishna. Although the author's verses did not technically meet high poetical standards, because the book contained expressions of pure devotion to Krishna, Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu accepted it as sublime. In fact, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, charmed by the scent of pure devotion emanating from Gunaraj Khan's book, said the following: Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj, is my life and soul. By these words from the book Krishna Vijay, I have been sold into the hands of the descendants of Gunaraj Khan. That's from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Madhya, 1599. What's more, while addressing the residents of Kulinagram, the descendants of Gunaraj Khan, Lord Chaitanya added, to say nothing of you, even a dog living in your village is very dear to me. What then to speak of others? In other words, because Gunaraj Khan, a native of Kulinagram, had expressed sentiments of pure devotion in his book, Lord Chaitanya blessed not only him, but also his descendants, and anyone else who lived in Kulinagram, even the dogs. Pure devotion is uniquely fragrant, and that fragrance is so appealing that it attracts even Krishna, who is known to be completely self-satisfied. Srimad Bhagavatam confirms this. Quote, as the chariot of air carries an aroma from its source and immediately catches the sense of smell, similarly, one who constantly engages in devotional service in Krishna consciousness can catch the Supreme Soul, who is equally present everywhere. From Bhagavatam, 3rd Canto, 29th chapter, 20th verse. What to speak of attracting the Supreme Lord, the sweet scent of devotion coming from the mouth of a pure devotee, when he or she speaks, compels and transforms ordinary living entities. Prithu Maharaj verifies this as follows. My dear Lord, you are glorified by the selected verses uttered by great personalities. Such glorification of your lotus feet is like saffron particles. When the transcendental vibration from the mouths of great devotees carries the aroma of the saffron dust of your lotus feet, the forgetful living entity gradually remembers his eternal relationship with you. Devotees thus gradually come to the right conclusion about the value of life. My dear Lord, I therefore do not need any other benediction but the opportunity to hear from the mouth of your pure devotee. Srimad Bhagavatam 4:20-25. Srila Prabhupada, your books contain the concentrated fragrance of your pure devotion to Lord Krishna. And that fragrance is spreading throughout the world, attracting the spiritual senses of living entities on every continent. Chanakya Pandit says that the aroma of one extraordinary flower can refresh a whole forest. In the same way, the scent of pure devotion emanating from the heart of a pure devotee can reform the entire world. Srimad Bhagavatam describes how Dhruva Maharaj, as he practiced Ashtanga Yoga, suspended his breathing, thus stopping the breathing of everyone in the universe, including the demigods. In your purport to this verse, you write, this example of Dhruva Maharaj closing the holes of his personal body and thereby closing the breathing holes of the total universe clearly indicates that a devotee, by his personal devotional service, can influence all the people of the whole world to become devotees of the Lord. If there is only one pure devotee in pure Krishna consciousness, he can change the total consciousness of the world into Krishna consciousness. This is not very difficult to understand if we study the behavior of Dhruva Maharaj from Srimad Bhagavatam 4.8.80. By your influence, Srila Prabhupada, this year not only did ISV move into a beautiful new temple, but the devotees here also deepened their practice of hearing and chanting, improved the standards of deity worship, and expanded their various preaching programs, and many have taken initiation vows. We thank you for bringing us the fragrance of pure devotional service and pray that you continue to empower us to help you spread it throughout the world. Your eternal servants at ISKCON of Silicon Valley, California, USA. Hare Krishna. And now we call on His Holiness Giriraj Swami Maharaj. Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go Premanande, Haribo.
Hare Krishna. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Desha Tarine Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thinking about Srila Prabhupada's appearance, I remembered my visit to his birthplace in Calcutta. I had been in Mayapur, and as agreed or arranged, I met His Holiness Radhanath Swami in Calcutta, and we had planned to make a pilgrimage to different places associated with Srila Prabhupada, beginning with his birthplace. Fortunately, ISKCON has acquired the ancestral property that belonged to Srila Prabhupada's family, and so we went there with Agabit Das, a disciple of Tamal Krishna Goswami's in Calcutta, and we saw the home that used to belong to Srila Prabhupada's family. Then, as we were returning to our vehicles, Agabit said, "Come ahead from the group." So we went ahead from the group, and he said, "I'm going to tell you something very confidential, but you cannot tell anyone else." I said, "Okay." So he said, "Actually, the jackfruit tree in that courtyard, that's not the jackfruit tree where he was born. It's actually next door. But we don't want the people who own that property to know that that's the jackfruit tree. Otherwise, they'll know that we'll want to buy it and they'll raise the price. So you can't say anything. We'll just walk by it, and I'll indicate which one it is, but don't show anything." So we turned into this little alleyway, and very simple, sort of primitive village atmosphere with children sort of half naked running around and playing. And as soon as we got a little down the alleyway, the children started rushing up to us and saying, "Prabhupada jackfruit! Prabhupada jackfruit!" And then a lady, probably the mother of some of them, came out, "Want to see Prabhupada jackfruit tree?" So we saw it, and it was a very sweet experience. And Maharaj and I had our pictures taken together there, and we took like some leaves and twigs that had fallen from under the tree as mementos. And it was what was so sweet is that at that moment, I mean, in one sense, we're always disciples, but sometimes we have different functions in relation to other people. But at that moment, we had no other function except to be disciples. And it was so relishable, like brothers of the same Father, and not an ordinary Father, but the most exalted Father. And also, that way down the street was a temple with Radha Krishna deities, in which Srila Prabhupada's mother and her family used to worship. And I could just imagine how she must have prayed to those deities for Srila Prabhupada, you know, before he was born, and then afterwards, and then how she would have brought him before the deities in her arms to ask for their blessings upon him. And it made me think of so many mothers who come to our temples, pray to our deities, you know, before conception, after conception, before birth, after birth. And how precious those souls are. They can become servants of Srila Prabhupada and Radha Madan Mohan and Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And we also took some dust from that place of Prabhupada's birthplace. Lord Chaitanya did the same thing when he visited the birthplace of his spiritual master, Ishwara Puri. It's described he gathered up dust and put it in his cloth, and every day he would eat a little bit. So I think of Srila Prabhupada's gifts, so many gifts, the holy name, the Srimad Bhagavatam and other scriptures, the temples and deities. But I'm also thinking now of the association of devotees, and especially close friends. The association of peers is so important. One devotee commented that when you're in a position of being a superior to others, you have to be on good behavior because you have to set the right example. You have to say the right things. And when you're with superiors, you also have to be on good behavior because you're in front of a superior. You have to be at your best and say the right things. So with whom can you actually reveal your mind? Your doubts, your questions, your confusions, your misgivings. That's with peers. I mean, there can be an element of friendship with superior and subordinate, but it's mainly with peers. And that friendship is so precious, so precious. And I don't remember exactly, but I remember I was in Boston. I was a very new devotee, and we would hear stories from Los Angeles. You know, Los Angeles was Prabhupada's headquarters. And someone told a story about Tamal Krishna Goswami and Vishnu Jan Swami, how Tamal Krishna Goswami had said, you know, there's nothing I wouldn't do for Vishnu Jan Swami. And I thought, wow, that's amazing. That was our mood in relation to Srila Prabhupada. But I never thought that that's something that we have with each other. And I was struck by it. I had no realization of it. I was too new. But I was struck by it. And now over the years, especially for me, having had a more personal association with Srila Prabhupada, that loss is, I wouldn't say replaced by the association of Dear God Brothers, but it's that gap is filled to a large extent by that association. And again, as Tamal Krishna Goswami said, that Srila Prabhupada showed us everything. As Satyadev so nicely was speaking about example and precept. It's such a perfect, powerful combination. And Tamal Krishna Goswami said Srila Prabhupada taught us everything by his example. You know, he taught us how to live, and at that stage it was in his last days in Vrindavan, and he's teaching us how to die. But he said, there's one thing that Srila Prabhupada didn't teach us, and that was how to relate with God brothers, because none of his God brothers joined him or even really cooperated with him much. And he said, that is something that we will have to learn how to do. And it's really been, you know, one of the most thrilling developments of my humble attempts in devotional service to develop those relationships with God brothers and God sisters, and especially in Srila Prabhupada's absence. And that is an example that we can show. We didn't have that example from Srila Prabhupada due to the circumstances, but that's an example that we can show, and that will be part of the legacy through us to the future generations. In the last year, I don't know, yeah, have the good fortune of spending time with many God brothers. One of the main reasons I come here is to associate with Vaisesika Prabhu and Kuranath Prabhu, and don't have so much personal interaction with Satyadev Prabhu, but I was very moved by his kirtan last night. When we were sitting here, he sang like the old melody of Prabhupada, and that just transported me back there, and that was like one of the highlights in his offering today. But somehow in the last, I'm not sure, I think like for 5 of the last 6 months, I've been with His Holiness Ritatvaja Swami, and others also. But when he mentioned that he was going to donate a tile on the $1 Million wall in my name. I mean, I was very touched by that, but I thought, well, I don't want to be there without Ritatvaja Swami. Yeah, so you can, I'll give you my credit card details after. But yes, this is so important, and I think that this issue of, I mean, that was pretty sobering, like, how bad Kali Yuga is going to be, and don't linger, because it's really going to be bad. But once we were just talking, Ritatvaja Swami and I, about dying, and he said that if he can have the same opportunity in the next life that he has now to chant the holy name and associate with dear God brothers. And he said that he worked very hard for many years to develop those relationships that he has with his God brothers. He said if he can have that in his next life, he doesn't mind taking birth again. And that was a very powerful statement. And that was also Lord Chaitanya's basic instruction, to chant the holy names and serve the Vaishnavas. And it's our life. It's our life. And that's all in the context of preaching. That's really Prabhupada's mood. And that way the family extends, can extend without limit. So I was thinking, Keshava Bharti Maharaj's offering was so profound and clear and relevant, and then Vaisesika Prabhu's was also, and I was thinking how Lord Chaitanya said that because of that scent of pure devotion in the writings of Gunaraj Khan, everyone in his village is dear to him. Even the dogs in his village are dear to him. So by extension, I was thinking, Prabhupada's books are certainly permeated by that scent of pure devotion. And we are this is like Prabhupada's village. Like Srila said, that this is the Sampradaya, this is Srila Prabhupada's village. So that means that everyone in this village, because of our connection with Srila Prabhupada, is dear to Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Even the dogs. And that especially gave me hope. Because, yeah. So I am so happy to be part of this village with all of you, and I pray to remain in this village eternally, whether in this world or the other world. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
time frame now? We're going to make a Sankirtan offering next. Well, we have proper time to take prasad. Yeah. Okay. So, in the next few minutes, I would like to ask, although I intended to mix in some devotees from what we call the second generation, I was being aware of time because what happens after Janmashtami, especially when we're all up putting on a festival till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, that devotees don't get in here until, 10:30, 11 o'clock. The offerings aren't when there's a couple of people, it's not as nice. So we have an opportunity now to invite someone up to speak their heart to Srila Prabhupada, an offering. Does somebody already have something prepared? I'll just check on that first. And Malini, would you come up? Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Sit here.
Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamini Namni Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschata Deshatharini. Thank you, Prabhuji, for giving this opportunity. I have not prepared anything, but recently I've been reading Prabhupada Lilamrita, and I'm reading the part where Srila Prabhupada actually came to America. And when I read every day what Srila Prabhupada did when he came to America, sometimes tears flow in my eyes, because I remember a few incidents where one incident where Srila Prabhupada had to go to a talk where he had a box of Srimad Bhagavatams, and he was 70 years old, and he somehow carried the Srimad Bhagavatams all the way up to the certain floor. I don't remember which one, but he went there. He carried the books, and somebody else was giving a talk, and Srila Prabhupada was sitting in the audience. And next to Srila Prabhupada was Middle Eastern or some Muslim or some other faith person. He was sitting next to him, and Srila Prabhupada looked at him and he asked him, "Who are you?" And then he answered, and Prabhupada was smiling, and after some time it was turn for Prabhupada to go and speak. So Srila Prabhupada told the person next to him, "Is it okay if you watch my books for a certain time? I'll be right back." And then he said, "Sure, why not?" And then he went to the stage to speak, and the person next to him realized that, oh, this is the person who is supposed to speak, and he didn't even know that. And then Prabhupada gave a wonderful lecture about yoga. Everybody was new, and Prabhupada gave a nice class. And after the class, he presented the Srimad Bhagavatam that he brought from India. And then he told all the audience that how much it costed. And he said, if anybody is interested, you can come after the class and get it from me. So Prabhupada finished the lecture, and many of the Americans came to talk to Prabhupada, and they wanted to ask questions about what it was. At the same time, some people were also asking for the Bhagavatam sets. So Prabhupada went back to the same person and said, like, people are coming to me to get the Bhagavatam set. Would you mind to keep a note of who is taking the Bhagavatam and collect the Lakshmi from them? and that person said sure. And then they came and they took the books from that person, and they were asking questions about Bhagavatam. And then he said, I have no idea what this is about. I'm just collecting the Lakshmi that is coming in. And then that person was so enthusiastic. He was taking the Lakshmi and helping Prabhupada. And then in the end, he realized that Prabhupada single-handedly brought all those Bhagavatam set upstairs. And he was saying, I don't know how he did it. And when I was listening to all these Lilamrita stories, it touched my heart that Prabhupada had no help. He was alone, 70 years old. He had only Srimad Bhagavatam sets he was bringing. He was printing, he was bringing, he was lecturing about it, he was answering questions while people were asking him about Bhagavatam, and spontaneously he was asking people, help me here, help me there. And now I feel that we have so many devotees here in ISKCON, like by Prabhupada's mercy, we have thousands of devotees. And I was thinking how much more we could help Prabhupada in distributing these books so that he would be satisfied. Just like that person who unknowingly was helping Prabhupada to distribute books, we know the value of books and how much more we could do. And I feel the shortcomings that I have, and I make excuses sometimes when Vaisesika Prabhu asked me to do some project. I said, Prabhu, it's not done yet. It's this problem, that problem. And then I think of Prabhupada, how he did it. So I have so much of affection for Prabhupada, for all the senior disciples of Srila Prabhupada and all the devotees who are distributing Prabhupada's books and who are continuing his mission. So I pray that I become sincere in my endeavors. And I pray to Srila Prabhupada to give me strength to understand the real essence of Krishna consciousness. Thank you very much.
Next year we'll have to make a plan for everyone to come in early so we can hear from more devotees, because it's really nice to work in devotees from many different perspectives and generations, which I'm dedicated to doing, but we'll just have to make a pact. I was just about to call in Nilesh, and saved by the bell, huh? But because now we're going to have a Pushpanjali, and so many others. I was looking, I mean, it's just like I feel compelled to ask everyone to come up and hear, because as in the Brahma Samhita, there's a mention of how a stone becomes multi-luminous and reflects from various different angles, and all the devotees are like that too. Those who are sincerely engaged have realizations that are profound, and especially as some of the devotees mentioned, Satyadev Prabhu said, especially even beginning devotees, those who are just starting Krishna consciousness, what is inspiring them, and what is their relationship with Srila Prabhupada. It fills out the spectrum and gives us an even more glorious view of Prabhupada and his potencies. So let's, well, it's hard to say a year ahead of time, but we'll just have to go without sleep next year, that's all. Yes, now we're going to have Now, of course, any festival is not complete without some substantial work involved and the offering of the results of that work. And we're particularly focused here at ISKCON Silicon Valley in Sankirtan, distributing books. And every month we offer the results of that hard work that the devotees do. It doesn't seem like hard work, actually. It's blissful work. Nonetheless, we feel that we would feel like we were lacking something if we didn't come forward with this offering, even though the festival was grand and 4,000 people came yesterday approximately. That's pretty good. It looked a little like Tirupati for a while. I kept looking out that window and thinking it'll never end. So we don't feel complete without offering the Sankirtan results. So what we're going to do now, we're going to, before you do anything, I'll just say the whole thing. We're going to stand up and put the chairs away in the place they're supposed to go, because there's a place for everything and everything in its place. That's what we're endeavoring for in this temple. And we'll move the asanas, put them in their place, and then we'll stand before Srila Prabhupada, giving him an aisle so he can have darshan of the deities. And then our co-Sankirtan leader, I believe it's Malini, is going to read the offering today. Is that correct? And then just after that, we're going to have Pushpanjali. Is that what we did last time? We did the Pushpanjali afterwards, right? Okay, good. So that's what we're going to do. And then right after that, we're going to have an artik ceremony for Srila Prabhupada. So as efficiently and as quickly as possible, let's stand up and move everything and get in place within maybe the next 60 seconds. Hare Krishna. Yeah, can you give those to Prabhupada? Make sure everyone gets one. And then there may be another box there. Make sure they all get distributed. First give them to all the chocolate disciples.
Dear Srila Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to you, all glories to the transcendental books. We are gathered here on the most auspicious occasion, which is your appearance day, to offer the results of our monthly Sankirtan festival, MSF of the birth of Perfectly Complete, which was held last month here at ISV. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamiva Vashishyate. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is perfectly complete, is perfect and complete, and because He is completely perfect, all emanations from Him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as complete wholes. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete in itself. Because he is complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains a complete balance. According to Lord Chaitanya, Aradyo Bhagavan Brajesha Tanayastad Dhama Vrindavanam Ramya Kachit Upasana Vrajavadu Vargena Vakalpita Srimad Bhagavatam Pramanam Amalam Prema Pumarthu Mahan Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhur Matamidam Tatra Radhana Paraha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Krishna, the son of Nanda Maharaj, is worshipped along with his transcendental abode Vrindavan. The most pleasing form of worship of the Lord is that which was performed by the gopis of Vrindavan. Srimad Bhagavatam is a spotless authority on everything, and pure love of Godhead is the ultimate goal of life for all men. These statements, for which we have highest regard, are the opinion of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Chaitanya Matta Manuja by Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. Following the instructions of Lord Chaitanya, you came to America with spotless Srimad Bhagavatam to give pure love of God for all the people. You have spent days and nights translating transcendental books, and your disciples have carefully edited and published them for our benefit. We have now left the task of distributing this literature to us. In an attempt to fulfill the task, Team ISV distributed Srimad Bhagavatam sets, Bhagavad Gitas, Krishna books, perfectly complete library sets, and many more books. The goals of this MSF were to read pastimes about Lord Krishna leading up to Janmashtami, to distribute at least 2,500 Bhagavad Gitas, to distribute at least 25 Srimad Bhagavatam sets, to distribute at least 5 perfectly complete library sets. To realize these goals, Team ISV distributed books at different venues and publicly chanted the holy names in Harinam at Palo Alto. The highlights of this MSF are: we distributed huge number of books at the Ratha Yatra Festival in Los Angeles and San Francisco. Many teams, including the Kid Sankirtan team and Smartbox team, participated in this book distribution. Srimad Bhagavatam sets were distributed in a new location, which turned out to be potential for hundreds of sets. For the very first time, Devotee Connect program headed by Sri Gopal Prabhu and Vrindavan Priya Prabhu was launched at ISV. As part of that, we have a welcome booth on regular programs at ISV now, and a system is in place to respond calls and emails coming into ISV. We also have a contact management system that has been developed by Haladhara Rupa Prabhu. As we are making this offering of the MSF results, we are pleased to report that all the goals have been successfully met and surpassed. Reading of Srimad Bhagavatam, led by His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu, was held on phone conferences. With respect to books, in all, more than 70 devotees participated in book distribution. Team ISV distributed 14,429 in book points, which includes 6 Chaitanya Charitamrita sets, distributed 6 perfectly complete library sets, we distributed 2,769 Bhagavad Gitas, we distributed 38 Srimad Bhagavatam sets, and Team ISV raised $26,880 in Lakshmi, surpassing the previous year's total of $20,521. We thank all the participating devotees, donors, and our Sankirtan devotees who work tirelessly towards this MSF. We express our deepest gratitude to our beloved leader, His Grace Vaisesika Prabhu, for encouraging and guiding us at every step of the way. Today, we pray at your lotus feet to continue to shower your blessings on Team ISV. Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan ki, Shri Shri Mahaprabhu ki, Shri Shri Lakshmi Nrsingadev ki, Srila Prabhupada ki, Gaura Premanande.
Now we'll pass around flowers to Pushpanjali. So they'll be offered in 3 installments, so keep enough for 3 offerings. Om Ajnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshu Unmilitam Jina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadahmayam Tatati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yutta Patakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Sadvatutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamscha Namao Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Namaom Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Tinamine Shri Barsha Bhavani Devi Daitaya Kripadaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Dayane Prabhave Namaha Madhuryo Jwala Premadya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gora Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murtai Dinatarine Rupanuga Viridhapa Apasiddhanta Dvantaharine Namo Gaura Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murtaye Vipralambara Sambode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Sakchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhomestvang Nirdesa Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarvabhoma Shri Jagannathaya Te Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripasindubhya evacha Patitanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha Namo Mahavaranyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gaura Tvishe Namaha Panchatattvatpakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Manda Matergati Natsarvasvapadam Bojao Radha Marana Mohana Divya Vrindaranya Kalpadrumadha Srimad Ratnangara Singhasanasto Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Deva Prishtalibi Sevyamanu Smarami Srimandrasa Rasarambi Vamshivata Tatastitaha Karshan Venu Swanir Gopir Gopinatha Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Ish Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Preshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine Esha Pushpanjali Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Samsara Dava Adalita Loka Chanaya Karunya Ghana Ganatham. Samsara Dava Dadalita Loka Chanaya Karunya Ghana Ghana Tvam. Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Praptasya kalyana gunarnavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda. Mahaprabhu Kirtanandritya Gita Varitramajan Manasora Sena Mahaprabhu Kirtanandritya Gita Varitramajan Manasora Sena Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Romanchakampa Shutaranga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Shringaratan Mandira Marjanada Shri Vigrahara Dana Nityanana Shringaratan Mandira Marjanada Yuktasya bhaktam chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Yuktasya bhaktam chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Swadanna Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangan. Chaturvidha Shri Bhagavat Prasada Swadanna Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangan. Kritvaiva tripting bhajatak sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Kritvaiva tripting bhajata sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Shri Radhika Madhavayorapara Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Namnam Shri Radhika Madhavayorapara Madhurya Lila Gunarupa Namnam Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nikunja Yuno Ratikele Siddhai Yayalibir Yukira Pekshaniya Nikunja Yuno Ratikele Siddhai Yayalibir Yukira Pekshaniya Tatrati Daksya Dati Ballabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Tatrati Daksya Dati Ballabhasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam 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 Sakshadhari Tve Masta Masta Shastra Ruktastata Bhav Yata Heva Sadabi Sakshadhari Tve Masta Masta Shastra Ruktastata Bhav Yata Eva Sadavi Kintu Prabhurya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Kintu Prabhurya Priya Eva Tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasado. Yasya prasada nagati kutopi. Yasya prasada bhagavat prasado. Yasya prasada nagati kutopi. Jayam stuvam stasya yasastri sandhyam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. Jayam stuvam stasya yasastri sandhyam. Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam. 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 Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Namba Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Peshtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine. Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyabhari Paschatari Shatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Haraya Namah Krishna Yadavaya Namah Hare Yadhavaya Madhavaya Keshavaya Namah Gopal Govinda Ram Sri Madhusudan Giridhari Gopinath Madan Mohan Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Sri Advaita Sita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavata Gita Shri Rup Sri Sanatan Bhatta Raguna Shri Jiva Gopal Bhatta Das Raguna Hey Chai Gosai Kori Charanam Vandan Jaho Hoite Vignanash Abhishta Puran Hey Chai Gosai Jarmui Tardas Tansabara Pararenu Mora Panchagras Tandera Charana Sebe Bhakta Sanibas Janam me hoye abila Hey Jai Gosai Jabe Braje Koilabas Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Shri Shri Radha Krishna Nitya Lila Koila Prakash Bolo Anande Bolo Hare Bhaja Vrindavan Bolo Anande Bolo Hare Bhaja Vrindavan Shri Guru Vaishnava Pade Mojami Aman Shri Guru Vaishnava Pad Padma Koriya Harinam Sankirtan Kohe Narottamoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, 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 Krishna. Go pray! Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna, Hare, go! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go, go! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, go, go! Hare Rama, go! Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Bo, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Go, go! Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Ram Ram, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Jai Prabhupada. Go Premanande, Srila Prabhupada ki, Shri Harinam Sankirtan ki, Shri Nitya Harinama Mantra ki. Go Premanande. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol.
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Paribrajaka Ashratara Sutta Sri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki ISKCON Samstapakacharya BBT Samstapakacharya His Ever Divine Grace Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Nitya Leela Pravishna Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Amacharya Srila Haridas Thakur ki Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shivji Gopala Bhatta Dasa Raghunath Sat Gosai ki Prang Sagoho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Sham Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki Shri Vrindavan Dham ki Shri Mayapur Navadvip Dham ki Shri Jagannath Puri Dham ki Ganga Mai Jamuna Mai ki Shrimati Tulsi Devi Bhakti Devi ki Go Premanandi Shri Harir Nam Sankirtan ki Shri Brihat Bridanga ki Srila Prabhupada Transcendental Book Distribution ki Transcendental Mahaprasad Distribution ki the Divine Sri Vyasa Puja Mahamohotsava Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja ki Jai Srila Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Mahamahotsav ki Jai Go Premanandi. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. Gaur Premanandi. Hari Hari Bol.
Now I'd like to sing a song that is very pleasing to the heart and marks the happiest time of day for me. Sharirat Vijaya Jotendriya Tahika Jive Pele Vishaya Shakare Dharma Dedi Vayati Loba Moesu Durmati Taki Jeta Kati Tashangsare Krishna Bodo Doya Moy Gori Bare Jihvaja Shaprashadana Diloba Shayanamrita Pao Radha Krishna Gunagao Premidako Shri Chaitanya Nitai Ekarina Shanti Pure Prabhu Advaitera Ghare Dui Prabhu Bojani Boshilo Shakori Ashwadana Prabhu Bole Bhakta Gana Esha Krishna Ashwadhilo Heno Shakashwadane Krishna Prema Ishe Mane She Preme Koro Ashwadan Jadda Budi Parihari Prasara Bhojana Kori Hari Hari Bolo Sarvajan Hari Hari Bolo Sarvajan Mahaprasade Govinde Nama Brahmadi Vaishnave Sapa Punya Vatam Rajan Vishratso Naivajai Prasade Sarva Dukkanam Hanirasyo Pajayate Prasana Chetaso Yashu Buddhiparya Vatishtate Bhagavad Shri Mahaprasada Ki Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. I'd like to especially recognize and thank today's cooks. I know that Nirkula was in there cooking. She left early this morning, 3 a.m. to come in and cook, and she and the rest of the devotees, including Mahaguna and Jagarini, Bhaktavatsal, Jamuna, Bhumi, all worked very, very hard over the last few days to put together this loving offering for Srila Prabhupada, all of his favorite preparations. And now it's time for prasadam. So, yes, you may. Hariva! Prasadam will be served in the picnic area just outside. Hare Krishna. Isn't it? Everything's all ready. Hare Krishna. Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, hey, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman, Nachari Armarman.